7. 9. When things go wrong. 7. 10. Phi. Chapter 8. Gophers. Wace and the World Wide Web. 8. 1. Gophers. 8. 2. Burrowing deeper. 8. 3. Gopher commands. 8. 4. Some interesting gophers. 8. 5. Wide area information servers. 8. 6. The World Wide Web. 8. 7. Clients, or how to snare more on the web. 8. 8. When things go wrong. 8. 9. Phi. Chapter 9. Advanced email. 9. 1. The files in the mail. 9. 2. Receiving files. 9. 3. Sending files to non-internet sites. 9. 4. Getting files via email. 9. 5. The all-knowing Oracle. Chapter 10. News of the world. 10. 1. Clarinet. Yuppie. Dave Barry and Dilbert. 10. 2. Reuters. 10. 3. USA Today. 10. 4. National Public Radio. 10. 5. The World Today. From Belarus to Brazil. 10. 6. Emailing news organizations. 10. 7. Phi. Chapter 11. Mods and other things that are more fun than they sound. 11. 1. Talk. 11. 2. Internet Relay Chat. 11. 3. IRC commands. 11. 4. IRC in times of crisis. 11. 5. Muds. 11. 6. Go. Go and chess. 2. 11. 7. The other side of the coin. 11. 8. Phi. Chapter 12. Education and the Net. 12. 1. The Net in the classroom. 12. 2. Some specific resources for students and teachers. 12. 3. Usenet and BitNet in the classroom. Chapter 13. Business on the Net. 13. 1. Setting up shop. 13. 2. Phi. Chapter 14. Conclusion. The End. Appendix. A Lingo Appendix. B. Electronic Frontier Foundation Information Forward. By Mitchell Caper, co-founder, Electronic Frontier Foundation. Welcome to the world of the Internet. The Electronic Frontier Foundation is proud to have sponsored the production of the Big Dummies Guide to the Internet. It is a nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C., dedicated to ensuring that everyone has access to the newly emerging communications technologies vital to active participation in the events of our world. As more and more information is available online, new doors open up for those who have access to that information. Unfortunately, unless access is broadly encouraged, individuals can be disenfranchised and doors can close. As well, the Big Dummies Guide to the Internet was written to help open some doors to the vast amounts of information available on the world's largest network, the Internet. The spark for the Big Dummies Guide to the Internet was ignited in a few informal conversations that included myself and Steve Sisler of Apple Computer, Inc., in June of 1991. With the support of Apple Computer, engaged Adam Gaffin to write the book and actually took on the project in September of 1991. The idea was to write a guide to the Internet for people who had little or no experience with network communications. We intended to post this guide to the net in ASCII and HyperCard formats and to give it away on disk, as well as have a print edition available. We have more than realized our goal. Individuals from as geographically far away as Germany, Italy, Canada, South Africa, Japan, Scotland, Norway, and Antarctica have all sent electronic mail to say that they downloaded the Big Dummies Guide to the Internet. The guide is now available in a wide array of formats, including ASCII text, HyperCard, World Wide Web, PostScript, and Amiguide, and the guide will be published in a printed format by MIT Press in June of 1994. If would like to thank author Adam Gaffin for doing a terrific job of explaining the net in such a non-threatening way. Would also like to thank the folks at Apple, especially Steve Sisler of the Apple Library, for their support of our efforts to bring this guide to you. We invite you to join with us in our fight to ensure that equal access to the networks and free speech are protected in newly emerging technologies. We are a membership organization, and through donations like yours, we can continue to sponsor important projects to make communications easier. Information about the Electronic Frontier Foundation and some of the work that we do can be found at the end of this book. We hope that the Big Dummies Guide to the Internet helps you learn about whole new worlds, where new friends and experiences are sure to be yours. Enjoy. Mitch Caper, Chairman of the Board, Electronic Frontier Foundation, KPRF.org. For comments, questions, or requests regarding if or the Big Dummies Guide to the Internet, send a note to askf.org. Preface by Adam Gaffin, Senior Writer, Network World, Framingham, Mass. Welcome to the Internet. You're about to start a journey through a unique land without frontiers, a place that is everywhere at once. Even though it exists physically only as a series of electrical impulses, you'll be joining a growing community of millions of people around the world who use this global resource on a daily basis. With this book, you will be able to use the Internet to stay in touch with friends, relatives, and colleagues around the world at a fraction of the cost of phone calls or even air mail. Discuss everything from archaeology to zoology with people in several different languages. Tap into thousands of information databases and libraries worldwide. Retrieve any of thousands of documents, journals, books, and computer programs. Stay up to date with wire service news and sports and with official weather reports. Play live, real-time games with dozens of other people at once. Connecting to the net today takes something of a sense of adventure, a willingness to learn, and an ability to take a deep breath every once in a while. Visiting the net today is a lot like journeying to a foreign country. There are so many things to see and do, but everything at first will seem so, well, foreign. When you first arrive, you won't be able to read the street signs. You'll get lost. If you're unlucky, you may even run into some locals just as soon you went back to where you came from. If this weren't enough, the entire country is constantly under construction. Every day, it seems like there's something new for you to figure out. Fortunately, most of the locals are actually friendly. In fact, the net actually has a rich tradition of helping out visitors and newcomers. Until very recently, there were few written guides for ordinary people, and the net grew largely through an oral tradition in which the old-timers helped the newcomers. So when you connect, don't be afraid to ask for help. You'll be surprised at how many people will lend a hand. Without such folks, in fact, this guide would not be possible. My thanks to all the people who have written with suggestion, additions, and corrections since the Big Dummies Guide first appeared on the Internet in 1993. Special thanks go to my loving wife Nancy. I would also like to thank the following people who, whether they know it or not, provided particular help: Rhonda Chapman, Jim Cox, Tom Charnock, Christopher Davis, David DeSimone, Jean Devoto, Phil Eschalier, Nico Garcia, Joe Granrose, Georg Heatcoter, Joe Ilisqua, Jonathan Commons, Peter Kaminsky, Thomas Krieger, Stanton McCandlish, Lynn Phillips, Nancy Reynolds, Helen Trillion Rose, Barry Shine, Jennifer Moira Smith, Gerard van der Loon, and Scott Yanoff. If you have any suggestions or comments on how to make this guide better, I'd love to hear them. You can reach me via email at adamworld.com, Boston, Mass. February 1994. Chapter 1. Setting up and jacking in. 1. Ready, set. The world is just a phone call away. With a computer and modem, you'll be able to connect to the Internet, the world's largest computer network. You won't even need the modem. Many colleges and companies now give their students or employees direct access to the Internet. The phone line can be your existing voice line. Just remember that if you have any extensions, you and everybody else in the house or office won't be able to use them for voice calls while you are connected to the net. A modem is a sort of translator between computers and the phone system. It's needed because computers and the phone system process and transmit data, or information, in two different and incompatible ways. Computers talk digitally. That is, they store and process information as a series of discrete numbers. The phone network relies on analog signals, which on an oscilloscope, when your computer is ready to transmit data to another computer over a phone line, your modem converts the computer numbers into these waves, which sound like a lot of screeching. It modulates them. In turn, when information waves come into your modem, it converts them into numbers your computer can process. By demodulating them, increasingly, computers come with modems already installed. If yours didn't, you'll have to decide what speed modem to get. Modem speeds are judged in bits rate or bits per second. 1 bits means the modem can transfer roughly 1 bit per second. The greater the bits rate, the more quickly a modem can send and receive information. A letter or character is made up of 8 bits. You can now buy a 2400 bits modem for well under, and most now come with the ability to handle fax messages as well, at prices that now start around $150. You can buy a modem that can transfer data at 400% often even faster, using special compression techniques. If you think you might be using the net to transfer large numbers of files, a faster modem is always worth the price. It will dramatically reduce the amount of time your modem or computer is tied up transferring files and, if you are paying for net access by the hour, will save you quite a bit in online charges, like the computer to which it attaches. A modem is useless without software to tell it how to work. Most modems today come with easy-to-install software. Try the program out. If you find it difficult to use or understand, consider a trip to the local software store to find a better program. You can spend several $100s on a communications program, but unless you have very specialized needs, this will be a waste of money, as there are a host of excellent programs available for around 100 or less. Among the basic features you want to look for are a choice of different protocols, more on them in a bit, for transferring files to and from the net, and the ability to write script or command files that let you automate such steps as logging into a host system. When you buy a modem and the software, ask the dealer how to install and use them. Try out the software if you can. If the dealer can't help you, find another dealer. You'll not only save yourself a lot of frustration, you'll also have practiced the Prime Internet Directive. Ask. People know. To fully take advantage of the net, you must spend a few minutes going over the manuals or documentation that comes with your software. There are a few things you should pay special attention to: uploading and downloading, screen capturing, sometimes called screen dumping, logging, how to change protocols, and terminal emulation. It is also essential to know how to convert a file created with your word processing program into ASCII or text format, which will let you share your thoughts with others across the net. Uploading is the process of sending a file from your computer to a system on the net. Downloading is retrieving a file from somewhere on the net to your computer. In general, things in cyberspace go up to the net and come down to you. Chances are your software will come with a choice of several protocols to use for these transfers. These protocols are systems designed to ensure that line noise or static does not cause errors that could ruin whatever information you are trying to transfer. Essentially, when using a protocol, You are transferring a file in a series of pieces. After each piece is sent or received, your computer and the net system compare it. If the two pieces don't match exactly, they transfer it again until they agree that the information they both have is identical. If, after several tries, the information just doesn't make it across, you will either get an error message or your screen will freeze. In that case, try it again. If, after 5 tries, you are still stymied, something is wrong with the file, the telephone line, C, the system you're connected to, or D, your own computer. From time to time, you will likely see messages on the net that you want to save for later viewing. A recipe, a particularly witty remark, something you want to write your congressman about. Whatever. This is where screen capturing and logging come in. When you tell your communications software to capture a screen, it opens a file in your computer, usually in the same directory or folder used by the software, and dumps an image of whatever happens to be on your screen at the time. Logging works a bit differently. When you issue a logging command, you tell the software to open a file again, usually in the same directory or folder as used by the software, and then give it a name. Then, until you turn off the logging command, everything that scrolls on your screen is copied into that file, sort of like recording on videotape. This is useful for capturing long documents that scroll for several pages. Using screen capture, you would have to repeat the same command for each new screen. Terminal emulation is a way for your computer to mimic, or emulate, the way other computers put information on the screen and accept commands from a keyboard. In general, most systems on the net use a system called Tone 100. Fortunately, almost all communications programs now on the market support this system as well. Make sure yours does. You'll also have to know about protocols. There are several different ways for computers to transmit characters. Fortunately, there are only 2 protocols that you are likely to run across. 81N, which stands for 8 bits. One stop bit, no parity, yikes, and 71E, 7 bits, one stop bit, even parity. In general, Unix-based systems use 71E, while MS-DOS-based systems use 81N. What if you don't know what kind of system you're connecting to? Try one of the settings. If you get what looks like gobbledygook when you connect, you may need the other setting. If so, you can either change the setting while connected and then hit enter, or hang up and try again with the other setting. It's also possible your modem and the modem at the other end can't agree on the right bits rate. If changing the protocols doesn't work, try using another bits rate but no faster than the one listed for your modem. Don't worry. Remember, you can't break anything. If something looks wrong, it probably is wrong. Change your settings and try again. Nothing is learned without trial, error, and effort. There are the basics. Now on to the net. 1, 2, go. Once. Only people who studied or worked at an institution directly tied to the net could connect to the world. Today, though, an ever-growing number of public access systems provide access for everybody. These systems can now be found in several states, and there are a couple of sites that can provide access across the country. There are 2 basic kinds of these host systems. The more common one is known as a USB site, USB being a common way to transfer information among computers using the Unix operating system, and offers access to international electronic mail and conferences. However, recent years have seen the growth of more powerful sites that let you tap into the full power of the net. These internet sites not only give you access to electronic mail and conferences, but to such services as databases, libraries, and huge file and program collections around the world. They are also fast. As soon as you finish writing a message, it gets zapped out to its destination. Some sites are run by for-profit companies, others by nonprofit organizations. Some of these public access or host systems are free of charge. Others charge a monthly or yearly fee for unlimited access, and a few charge by the hour. Systems that charge for access will usually let you sign up online with a credit card. Some also let you set up a billing system, but cost should be only one consideration in choosing a host system. Especially if you live in an area with more than one provider, most systems let you look around before you sign up. What is the range of each of their services? How easy is each to use? What kind of support or help can you get from the system administrators? The last two questions are particularly important because many systems provide no user interface at all. When you connect, you are dumped right into the Unix operating system. If you're already familiar with Unix, or you want to learn how to use it, these systems offer phenomenal power. In addition to net access, most also let you tap into the power of Unix to do everything from compiling your own programs to playing online games. But if you don't want to have to learn Unix, there are other public access systems that work through menus just like the ones in restaurants. You are shown a list of choices, and then you make your selection of what you want, or which provide a user interface that is easier to figure out than the ever-cryptic Unix. If you don't want or need access to the full range of Internet services, whose site makes good financial sense. They tend to charge less than commercial Internet providers, although their messages may not go out as quickly. Some systems also have their own unique local services, which can range from extensive conferences to large file libraries. 1. 3. Public access Internet providers. When you have your communications program dial one of these host systems, one of two things will happen when you connect. You will either see a lot of gibberish on your screen, or you will be asked to log in. If you see gibberish, chances are you have to change your software's parameters to 7.1e or 8.1n as the case may be. Hang up, make the change, and then dial in again. When you've connected, chances are you'll see something like this. Welcome to the world. Public access Unix for the NITIS login is new if you do not have an account login. That last line is a prompt asking you to do something. Since this is your first call, type new and hit enter. Often, when you're asked to type something by a host system, you'll be told what to type in quotation marks, for example. New. Don't include the quotation marks. Repeat. Don't include the quotation marks. What you see next depends on the system, but will generally consist of information about its costs and services. You might want to turn on your communication software's logging function to save this information. You'll likely be asked if you want to establish an account now or just look around the system. You'll also likely be asked for your username. This is not your full name, but a one-word name you want to use while online. It can be any combination of letters or numbers, all in lowercase. Many people use their first initial and last name, for example, Joe. Their first name and the first letter of their last name, for example, John, or their initials Xt. Others use a nickname. You might want to think about this for a second, because this username will become part of your electronic mail address. See Chapter 2 for more on that. The one exception are the various free net systems, all of which assign you a username consisting of an arbitrary sequence of letters and numbers. You are now on the net. Look around the system. See if there are any help files for you to read. If it's a menu-based host system, choose different options just to see what happens. Remember, you can't break anything. The more you play, the more comfortable you'll be. What follows is a list of public access Internet sites, which are computer systems that offer access to the net. All offer international email and Usenet international conferences. In addition, they offer File transfer protocol. Access to hundreds of file libraries, everything from computer software to historical documents to song lyrics. You'll be able to transfer these files from the net to your own computer. Telnet. Access to databases. Computerized library card catalogs, weather reports and other information services, as well as live, online games that let you compete with players from around the world. Additional services that may be offered include Waze, Wide Area Information Server, a program that can search dozens of databases in one search. Gopher, a program that gives you easy access to dozens of other online databases and services by making selections on a menu. You'll also be able to use these to copy text files and some programs to your mailbox. Internet Relay Chat, a simulator that lets you have live keyboard chats with people around the world. However, even on systems that do not provide these services directly, you will be able to use a number of them through Telnet. See Chapter 6. In the list that follows, systems that let you access services through menus are noted. Otherwise, assume that when you connect, you'll be dumped right into Unix. Ms. DOS with a college degree. Several of these sites are available nationwide through national data networks such as the CompuServe Packet Network and SprintNet. Please note that all listed charges are subject to change. Many sites require new or prospective users to log on a particular way on their first call. This list provides the name you'll use in such cases. Alabama, Huntsville, Nuance, call voice number for modem number. 5 setup, 5 a month, voice, 205 533 v 4296. Alaska, Anchorage, University of Alaska Southeast, Tundra Services, 907 789 1314. Has local dial-in service in several other cities. A month, voice, 907 465 6453. Alberta, Edmonton, Pucknet Computer Connections, 403 484 5640. Log on as guest. Setup fee, 5 for 20 hours a month plus 25 an hour for access to FT and Telnet. Voice, 403 448 1901. Arizona, Tucson, Data Basics, 602 721 5887. 5 a month or 180 a year. Voice, 602 721 1988. Phoenix-a-Tucson, Internet Direct, 602 274 9600. Phoenix, 602 321 9600. Tucson. Log on as guest. A month. Voice, 602 274 100. Phoenix, 602 324 100. Tucson. British Columbia, Victoria Freenet, 604 595 2300. Menus. Access to all features requires completion of a written form. Users can link to other Freenet systems in Canada and the United States. Free. Log on as guest voice, 604 389 6026. California, Berkeley, Holonet. Menus. For free trial, modem number is 510 704 1058. For information or local numbers, call the voice number. A year for local access. An hour during off-peak hours. Voice, 510 704 160. Cupertino, Portal, both Unix and menus, 408 725 561 2400. 408 973 8091 9614 400 95 setup fee 95 a month. Voice 408 973 9111 Irvine Dial and surf. See under San Diego, Los Angeles, Orange County. Kwin Public Access Internet 714 539 5726 310 527 7000 Synap a month credit card. Voice 714 638 2139 Los Angeles Dial and surf. See under San Diego, Oakland Dial and surf. See under San Diego, Pasadena Dial and surf. See under San Diego, Palo Alto Institute for Global Communications 415 322 284 Unix Local conferences on environmental peace issues. Log on as new a month and an hour after first hour. Voice 415 442 220 San Diego Dial and surf USA run by the California Education and Research Federation. Provides local dial-up numbers in San Diego, Los Angeles, Oakland, Pasadena, and Irvine. For more information, call Voice 800 876 SURF or 619 534 5087. Setup fee a month plus an hour on weekends. Voice 800 876 2373 San Diego Network Services 619 637 3660 Log on as help. Setup fee monthly fee of to 3 depending on services used. Voice 619 637 3637 San Diego Cyberspace Station 619 634 1376 Unix Log on as guest. Charges sign-up fee a month or for 6 months. San Francisco Pathways call voice number for number. Menus 5 setup fee a month and an hour. Voice 415 346 4188 San Jose Netcom 510 865 9004 408 241 9760 415 424 131 up to 9600 bits. Unix maintains archives of Usenet postings. Log on as guest. Startup fee and then $50 a month for unlimited use if you agree to automatic billing of your credit card account otherwise. $50 a month for a monthly invoice. Voice 408 554 Unix. San Jose Atwoy 408 293 9010 Log on as guest. A month. 5 for 3 months. 2 for 6 months. Sausalito The Whole Earth Electronic Link Well 415 332 6106 Uses moderately difficult Picaspin software, which is sort of a cross between Unix and a menu system. New users get a written manual. More than 200 well-only conferences. Log on as Mooser a month plus an hour. Access through the nationwide CompuServe packet network available for another. $50 an hour. Voice 415 332 4335 Recorded message about the system's current status. 800,326 8,354 Continental U.S. only. Colorado, Colorado Springs, Denver, ends 719,571,700 Colorado Springs, 303,758 2,656 Denver. Local calendar listings and ski and stock reports. Users can choose between menus or Unix. Log on as new. 5 setup fee. 75 an hour minimum fee of a month. Voice 719,592 1,240. Colorado Springs. Old Colorado City Communications 719,632 4,000. Log on as Mooser 5 a month. Voice 719,632 4,848. Denver, Denver Freenet 303 274,865. Menus. Access to all services requires completion of a written form. Users can link to other Freenet systems across the country. Free. Log on as guest. Golden, Colorado SuperNet. Email to fax service. Available only to Colorado residents. Local dial-in numbers available in several Colorado cities. For dial-in numbers, call the number below. An hour between midnight and 6 a.m. One-time sign-up fee. Voice 303 273 3,471. Delaware, Middletown, Systems Solutions 302 378 1,881. Setup fee 5 a month for full internet access. Voice 800 331. Tallahassee, Tallahassee Freenet 904 488 5,056. Menus. Full access requires completion of a registration form. Can link to other Freenet systems around the country. Voice 904 488 5,056. Georgia, Atlanta. Netcom 303 758 101. See under Los Angeles, California, for information on rates. Illinois, Champaign, Prairie Freenet 217 255 9,000. Menus. Log on as visitor. Free for Illinois residents. 5 a year for others. Voice 217 244 1,962. Chicago, Mexnet 312 248 900. 5 month or 5 for 3 months of unlimited access. For 3 months of access at 15 hours a month. Voice 312 248 Unix. Peoria, Peoria Freenet 309 674 1,100. Similar to Cleveland Freenet C. Ohio. Below, users can link to the larger Cleveland system for access to Usenet and other services. There are also Peoria Freenet public access terminals in numerous area libraries, other government buildings, and senior citizen centers. Contact the number below for specific locations. Full access, including access to email, requires completion of a written application. Free. Voice 309 677 2,544. Maryland, Baltimore, Express Access 410 766 1,855. 301 220 462. 714 377 9,784. Log on as new. Setup fee 5 a month or 150 a year. Voice 800 969 9090. Baltimore, Clarknet, 410 739,786. 410 995 271. 301 596 1626. 301 854 446. Log on as guest. 3 a month. 126 for 6 months or 128 a year. Voice. 410 739,765. Massachusetts. Bedford. The Internet Access Company. 617 275 331. To log on, follow online prompts. Setup fee. 50 a month. Voice. 617 275 2221. Brookline. The World. 617 739 9753. Online book initiative collection of electronic books, poetry and other text files. Log on as new. A month plus an hour or for 20 hours a month. Available nationwide through the CompuServe Packet Network for another. 60 an hour. Voice. 617 739 202. Lynn. North Shore Access. 617 593 4557. Log on as new. For 10 hours a month. An hour after that. Voice. 617 593 3110. Worcester. Novalink. 508 754 4009. Log on as info. 95 sign up includes first 2 hours. 95 a month includes 5 daytime hours. 80 an hour after that. Voice. 800 274 2814. Michigan. Ann Arbor. Zinn. Call voice number for dial-in number. Unix. Charges. Setup. A month. Voice. 313 998 4562. Ann Arbor. Mignit. Has local dial-in numbers in several Michigan numbers. For local numbers, call voice number below. 5 a month plus one-time sign-up fee. Additional network fees for access through non-Mignit numbers. Voice. 313 764 9430. New Hampshire. Manchester. Of Communications. Inc. For local dial-up numbers, call voice line below. A month minimum plus variable hourly rates depending on services used. Voice. 603 429 2223. New Jersey. New Brunswick. Digital Express. 908 937 9481. Log on as new. Setup fee. 5 a month or 150 a year. Voice. 800 969 9090. New York. New York. Panics. 212 787 3100. Unix or menus. Log on as Mooser. Setup fee. A month or 108 a year. Voice. 212 877 4854. New York. Echo. 212 989 8411. Unix, but with local conferencing software. Log on as Mooser. 95. 75 students and seniors a month. Voice. 212 255 3839. New York. Minvox. 212,989 4,141. Local conferences. Log on as guest. Setup fee for non-credit card accounts. A month. Voice. 212,989 2,418. New York. Pipeline. 212,267 8,606 9,600 and higher. 212,267 7,341 2,400. Offers graphical interface for Windows 4. Log on as guest. A month and an hour after first 20 hours, or 5 a month unlimited hours. Voice. 212,267 3,636. New York. Maestro. 212,249,700. Log on as Mooser. A month or 140 a year. Voice. 212,249,600. North Carolina. Charlotte. NIT Internet Access. 704,347 8,839. 919 406 1,544. Log on as New. 5 a month. Voice. 704 374 779. Triangle Research Park. Rock Concert Net. Call number below for local modem numbers in various North Carolina cities. A month. One-time sign-up fee. Voice. 919 248 1,999. Ohio. Cleveland. Cleveland Free Net. 216 368 3,888. Ohio and US Supreme Court decisions. Historical documents. Many local conferences. Full access including access to email requires completion of a written application. Free. Voice. 216 368 8,737. Cincinnati. Tri-State Free Net. 513 579 1,990. Similar to Cleveland Free Net. Full access including access to email requires completion of a written application. Free. Cleveland. Wariat. 216 481 9,436. Unix or menus. Setup fee. 5 a month. Voice. 216 481 9,428. Dayton. Freelance Systems Programming. 513 258 7,745. Setup fee. An hour. Voice. 513 254 7,246. Lorain. Lorain County Free Net. 216 277 2,359 or 366 9,753. Similar to Cleveland Free Net. Users can link to the larger Cleveland system for additional services. Full access including access to email requires completion of a written application. Free. Voice. 216 366 4,000. Medina. Medina Free Net. 216 723 6,732. 225 6,732 or 335 6,732. Users can link to the larger Cleveland Free Net for additional services. Full access including access to email requires completion of a written application. Free. Youngstown. Youngstown Free Net. 216 742 3,072. Users can link to the Cleveland system for services not found locally. Full access including access to email requires completion of a written application. free. Ontario, Ottawa, National Capital Freenet, 613,783,733 or 613,564 3,600. Free, but requires completion of a written form for access to all services. Toronto, Unearth, call voice number below for local dial-in numbers. Startup fee, 5 for 20 hours a month of off-peak use. Voice, 416,225 8,649. Toronto, Internix Online, 416,363 3,783. Both Unix and menus. A year for 1 hour a day. Voice, 416,363 8,676. Oregon, Portland, Agra, 503,293 1,772 2,400. 503,293 2,059 9,600 or higher. Log on as. Apply. A month for 1 hour per day. Portland, Teleport, 503 220 636 2,400. 503 221,016 9,600 and higher. Log on as. New, a month for 1 hour per day. Voice, 503 223 4,245. Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Tellerama, 412 481 5,302. For 10 hours a month, 60 cents for each additional hour. Voice, 412 481 3,505. Quebec, Montreal, Communications Accessibles Montreal, 514 931 7,178 9,600. 514 931 2,333 2,400. 5 a month. Voice, 514 931 749. Rhode Island, East Greenwich, Its World Network, 401 884 9002. In addition to Usenet, has conferences from the FIDANet and RIME networks. A month. For 6 months. 100 for a year. Providence Essiconk. Anomaly. 401 331 3,706. 125 for 6 months or 100 a year. Educational rate of 5 for 6 months or 125 a year. Voice, 401 273 4,669. Texas, Austin, Real-Time Communications, 512 459 4,391. Log on as. New, 5 a year. Voice, 512 451 46. Dallas, Texas Metronet, 214 705 2,901. 817 261. Log on as. Info or Synop. To 5 setup fee, depending on service. To 5 a month, depending on service. Voice, 214 705 2,900 or 817 543 8,756. Houston, the Black Box, 713 482,686. 1. 65 a month. Voice, 713 482,684. Virginia, Norfolk Peninsula, Wyvern Technologies, 804 627 1,828 Norfolk, 804 886 662 Peninsula. Startup fee, a month 444 a year. Voice 804 622 4289. Washington. The Meta Network. Call voice number below for local dial-in numbers. Caucus conferencing. Menus. Setup fee. A month. Voice 703 243 6622. Capaxis 202 784 1523. Log on as guest with a password of visitor. A free net system. See under Cleveland, Ohio, for information. Free. Voice 202 994 4245. See also listing under Baltimore and for Express Access and ClarkNet. Washington State, Seattle, Halcyon 206 382 6245. Users can choose between menus and Unix. Log on as new. Setup fee a quarter or 100 a year. Voice 206 955 1050. Seattle, Eskimo North 206 367 3837. All speeds 206 362 6731 9614. Fork a month or 6 a year. Voice 206 367 7457. United Kingdom, London, Demon Internet Systems 44081 343 4848. 12.50 setup fee 10 a month or 132.50 a year. Voice 44081 349 63 4. If your town has no direct access, if you don't live in an area with a public access site, you'll still be able to connect to the net. Several services offer access through national data networks such as the CompuServe Packet Network and SprintNet, which have dozens, even hundreds of local dial-in numbers across the country. These include Holonet in Berkeley, CAF, Portal in Cupertino, CAF, The Well in Sausalito, CAF, Dial and Surf in San Diego, CAF, The World in Brookline, Mass, and MCNet in Ann Arbor, MITCH. Dial and Surf offers access through an 800 number. Expect to pay from to an hour to use these networks. Above each provider's basic charges, the exact amount depends on the network, time of day, and type of modem you use. For more information, contact the above services. 4 other providers deliver net access to users across the country. Delphi, based in Cambridge, Mass, is a consumer-oriented network. Only it now offers subscribers access to Internet services. Delphi charges a month for Internet access, in addition to standard charges. These are a month for 4 hours of off-peak non-working hours access a month, and an hour for each additional hour, or for 20 hours of access a month, 80 an hour for each additional hour. For more information, call 800-695 4005. Bix the Byte Information Exchange offers Telnet and email access to the Internet as part of their basic service, owned by the same company as Delphi. It also offers 20 hours of access a month for. For more information, call 800-695 4775. Sci, based in Reston, it provides nationwide access to Internet services through scores of local dial-in numbers to owners of IM and compatible computers. Slink, which includes access to email, Usenet, and costs $9 a month, plus a one-time registration fee. Special software is required, but is available free from. Sci, SIS Global Deal-Up service provides access to Telnet for $9 a month plus a one-time $9 setup fee. For more information, call 880-TWOP-CID2 or 703-626,651. Novus Systems Integration, based in Seattle, Washington, offers full Internet access through an 800 number reachable across the United States. There is a $4.95 setup fee, in addition to a monthly fee of $95 and a 5 hourly charge. For more information, call 206-447-800. 5. Net origins. In the 1960s, researchers began experimenting with linking computers to each other and to people through telephone hookups. Using funds from the U.S. Defense Department's Advanced Research Projects Agency (ARPA), ARPA wanted to see if computers in different locations could be linked using a new technology known as packet switching. This technology, in which data meant for another location is broken up into little pieces, each with its own forwarding address, had the promise of letting several users share just one communications line. Just as important, from ARPA's viewpoint, was that this allowed for creation of networks that could automatically route data around down circuits or computers. ARPA's goal was not the creation of today's international computer-using community, but development of a data network that could survive a nuclear attack. Previous computer networking efforts had required a line between each computer on the network, sort of like a one-track train route. The packet system allowed for creation of a data highway, in which large numbers of vehicles could essentially share the same lane. Each packet was given the computer equivalent of a map and a timestamp, so that it could be sent to the right destination, where it would then be reassembled into a message the computer or a human could use. This system allowed computers to share data and the researchers to exchange electronic mail, or email. In itself, email was something of a revolution, offering the ability to send detailed letters at the speed of a phone call. As this system, known as ARPANET, grew, some enterprising college students and one in high school developed a way to use it to conduct online conferences. These started as science-oriented discussions, but they soon branched out into virtually every other field, as people recognized the power of being able to talk to hundreds, or even thousands, of people around the country. In the 1970s, ARPA helped support the development of rules, or protocols, for transferring data between different types of computer networks. These Internet from Internet working protocols made it possible to develop the worldwide net we have today that links all sorts of computers across national boundaries. By the close of the 1970s, links developed between ARPANET and counterparts in other countries. The world was now tied together in a computer web. In the 1980s, this network of networks, which became known collectively as the Internet, expanded at a phenomenal rate. Hundreds, then thousands, of colleges, research companies, and government agencies began to connect their computers to this worldwide net. Some enterprising hobbyists and companies unwilling to pay the high costs of Internet access or unable to meet stringent government regulations for access learned how to link their own systems to the Internet, even if only for email and conferences. Some of these systems began offering access to the public. Now anybody with a computer and modem and persistence could tap into the world. In the 1990s, the net continues to grow at exponential rates. Some estimates are that the volume of messages transferred through the net grows 20% a month. In response, government and other users have tried in recent years to expand the net itself. Once, the main net backbone in the U.S. moved data at 56.0 bits per second. That proved too slow for the ever-increasing amounts of data being sent over it. and in recent years the maximum speed was increased to 5 million and then 45 million bits per second, even before the net was able to reach that latter speed. However, net experts were already figuring out ways to pump data at speeds of up to 2 billion bits per second, fast enough to send the entire Encyclopedia Britannica across the country in just 1 or 2 seconds. Another major change has been the development of commercial services that provide internetworking services at speeds comparable to those of the government system. In fact, by mid-1994, the U.S. government will remove itself from any day-to-day control over the workings of the net, as regional and national providers continue to expand. 6. How it works. The worldwide net is actually a complex web of smaller regional networks. To understand it, picture a modern road network of transcontinental superhighways connecting large cities. From these large cities come smaller freeways and parkways to link together small towns, whose residents travel on slower, narrow residential ways. The net superhighway is the high-speed internet. Connected to this are computers that use a particular system of transferring data at high speeds. In the U.S., the major internet backbone theoretically can move data at rates of 45 million bits per second. Compare this to the average home modem, which has a top speed of roughly 600 to 400 bits per second. Connected to the backbone computers are smaller networks serving particular geographic regions, which generally move data at speeds around 5 million bits per second. Feeding off these in turn are even smaller networks or individual computers. Unlike with commercial networks such as CompuServe or Prodigy, there is no one central computer or computers running the internet. Its resources are to be found among thousands of individual computers. This is both its greatest strength. The approach means it is virtually impossible for the entire net to crash at once. Even if one computer shuts down, the rest of the network stays up. The design also reduces the costs for an individual or organization to get onto the network. But thousands of connected computers can also make it difficult to navigate the net and find what you want, especially as different computers may have different commands for plumbing their resources. It is only recently that net users have begun to develop the sorts of navigational tools and maps that will let neophytes get around without getting lost. Nobody really knows how many computers and networks actually make up this net. Some estimates say there are now as many as 5. Zero networks connecting nearly 2 million computers and more than 15 million people around the world, whatever the actual numbers. However, it is clear they are only increasing. The net is more than just a technological marvel. It is human communication at its most fundamental level. The pace may be a little quicker when the messages race around the world in a few seconds, but it's not much different from a large and interesting party. You'll see things in cyberspace that will make you laugh. You'll see things that will anger you. You'll read silly little snippets and new ideas that make you think. You'll make new friends and meet people you wish would just go away. Major network providers continue to work on ways to make it easier for users of one network to communicate with those of another. Work is underway on a system for providing a universal white pages in which you could look up somebody's electronic mail address. For example, this connectivity trend will likely speed up in coming years as users begin to demand seamless network access. Much as telephone users can now dial almost anywhere in the world without worrying about how many phone companies actually have to connect their calls. And today, the links grow ever closer between the internet and such commercial networks as CompuServe and Prodigy, whose users can now exchange electronic mail with their internet friends. Some commercial providers, such as Delphi and America Online, are working to bring their subscribers direct access to internet services. And as it becomes easier to use, More and more people will join this worldwide community we call the net. Being connected to the net takes more than just reading conferences and logging messages to your computer. It takes asking and answering questions, exchanging opinions, getting involved. If you choose to go forward, to use and contribute, you will become a citizen of cyberspace. If you're reading these words for the first time, this may seem like an amusing but unlikely notion, that one could inhabit a place without physical space. But put a mark beside these words. Join the net and actively participate for a year. Then reread this passage. It will no longer seem so strange to be a citizen of cyberspace. It will seem like the most natural thing in the world. And that leads to another fundamental thing to remember. You can't break the net. As you travel the net, your computer may freeze. Your screen may erupt into a mass of gibberish. You may think you've just disabled $1 million computer somewhere, or even your own personal computer. Sooner or later, this feeling happens to everyone, and likely more than once. But the net and your computer are hardier than you think, so relax. You can no more break the net than you can the phone system. If something goes wrong, try again. If nothing at all happens, you can always disconnect. If worse comes to worse, you can turn off your computer, then take a deep breath and dial right back in. Leave a note for the person who runs the computer to which you've connected to ask for advice. Try it again. Persistence pays. Stay and contribute. The net will be richer for it, and so will you. 7. When things go wrong. Your computer connects with a public access site and get gibberish on your screen. If you are using parameters of 81N, try 71E or vice versa. If that doesn't work, try another modem speed. You have your computer dial a public access site, but nothing happens. Check the phone number you typed in. If correct, turn on your modem's speaker on Hayes-compatible modems. You can usually do this by typing admin in your communications software's terminal mode. If the phone just rings and rings, the public access site could be down for maintenance or due to a crash or some other problem. If you get a connect message, but nothing else, try hitting enter or escape a couple of times. You try to log in, but after you type your password, nothing happens, or you get a timed out message followed by a disconnect. Redial the number and try it again. Always remember, if you have a problem that just doesn't go away, ask. Ask your system administrator. Ask a friend. But ask. Somebody will know what to do. 8. Phi. The net grows so fast that even the best guide to its resources would be somewhat outdated the day it was printed. At the end of each chapter, however, you'll find 5 pointers to places on the net where you can go for more information or to keep updated on new resources and services. Peter Kaminsky maintains a list of systems that provide public access to Internet services. It's available on the network itself, which obviously does you little good if you currently have no access, but which can prove invaluable should you move or want to find a new system. Look for his file in the alt. Lists or news. Answers news groups in Usenet for information on accessing Usenet. See Chapter 3, Stephen Levy's book. Hackers, Heroes of the Computer Revolution. Anchor Press Doubleday, 1984. Describes the early culture and ethos that ultimately resulted in the Internet and Usenet. John Quarterman's The Matrix. Computer Networks and Conferencing Systems Worldwide Digital Press. 1990 is an exhaustive look at computer networks and how they connect with each other. You'll find numerous documents about the Internet, its history and its resources in the PubNet Info directory on the Electronic Frontier Foundation's server. See Chapter 7 to decipher this. Chapter 2. Email. 2. 1. The basics. Electronic mail, or email, is your personal connection to the world of the net. All of the millions of people around the world who use the net have their own email addresses. A growing number of gateways tie more and more people to the net every day. When you logged onto the host system you are now using, it automatically generated an address for you. As well, the basic concepts behind email parallel those of regular mail. You send mail to people at their particular addresses. In turn, they write to you at your email address. You can subscribe to the electronic equivalent of magazines and newspapers. You might even get electronic junk mail. Email has two distinct advantages over regular mail. The most obvious is speed. Instead of several days, your message can reach the other side of the world in hours, minutes, or even seconds depending on where you drop off your mail and the state of the connections between there and your recipient. The other advantage is that once you master the basics, you'll be able to use email to access databases and file libraries. You'll see how to do this later, along with learning how to transfer program and data files through email. Email also has advantages over the telephone. You send your message when it's convenient for you. Your recipients respond at their convenience. No more telephone tag. And while a phone call across the country or around the world can quickly result in huge phone bills, email lets you exchange vast amounts of mail for only a few pennies, even if the other person is in New Zealand. Email is your connection to help, your net lifeline. The net can sometimes seem a frustrating place. No matter how hard you try, no matter where you look, you just might not be able to find the answer to whatever is causing you problems. But when you know how to use email, help is often just a few keystrokes away. You can ask your system administrator or a friend for help in an email message. The quickest way to start learning email is to send yourself a message. Most public access sites actually have several different types of mail systems, all of which let you both send and receive mail. Well, start with the simplest one, known, appropriately enough, as mail, and then look at a couple of other interfaces. At your host system's command prompt, type mail username where username is the name you gave yourself when you first logged on. Hit enter. The computer might respond with subject, type, test, or actually anything at all, but you'll have to hit enter before you get to the end of the screen. Hit enter. The cursor will drop down a line. You can now begin writing the actual message. Type a sentence. Again, anything at all. And here's where you hit your first Unix frustration, one that will bug you repeatedly. You have to hit enter before you get to the very end of the line. Just like typewriters, many Unix programs have no word wrapping, although there are ways to get some Unix text processors, such as Emacs, to word wrap when done with your message. Hit return. Now hit Ctrl-D, the Control and the D keys at the same time. This is a Unix command that tells the computer you're done writing and that it should close your envelope and mail it off. You could also hit enter once and then, on a blank line, type a period at the beginning of the line and hit enter again. You've just sent your first email message. And because you're sending mail to yourself rather than to someone somewhere else on the net, your message has already arrived. As we'll see in a moment, if you had wanted, you could have even written your message on your own computer and then uploaded it into this electronic envelope. There are a couple of good reasons to do this with long or involved messages. One is that once you hit enter at the end of a line in mail, you can't readily fix any mistakes on that line unless you use some special commands to call up a Unix text processor. Also, if you are paying for access by the hour, uploading a prepared message can save you money. Remember to save the document in ASCII or text format. Uploading a document you've created in a word processor that uses special formatting commands which these days means many programs will cause strange effects. When you get that blank line after the subject line, upload the message using the ASCII protocol, or you can copy and paste the text, if your software allows that. When done, hit Ctrl+D as above. Now you have mail waiting for you. Normally, when you log on, your public access site will tell you whether you have new mail waiting. To open your mailbox and see your waiting mail, type mail and hit enter. When the host system sees mail without a name after it, it knows you want to look in your mailbox rather than send a message. Your screen on a plain vanilla Unix system will display mail version SME 4, 0 mana per 2418, 34, 15 to 1989 type. For help, your spool mail Adam. One message, one new, one unread, and one Adam sat Jan 1520. 412 at 190 test. Ignore the first line. It's just computers of value only to the people who run your system. You can type a question mark and hit return, but unless you're familiar with Unix, most of what you'll see won't make much sense at this point. The second line tells you the directory on the host system where your mail messages are put, which again is not something you'll likely need to know. The second line also tells you how many messages are in your mailbox, how many have come in since the last time you looked, and how many messages you haven't read yet. It's the third line that is of real interest. It tells you who the message is from, when it arrived, how many lines and characters it takes up, and what the subject is. The N means it is a new message. It arrived after the last time you looked in your mailbox. Hit enter, and there's your message. Only now it's a lot longer than what you wrote. Message 1. From Adam Jan 1520. 4. 55 1994 received. By if, Orgid. I 28,949. 5. 65 to 1. 4. Forpin ident for Adam. Sat. 15 Jan 1994 20. 4. 55 400 ident sender. Adam Gaffin. Org date. Sat. 15 Jan 1994 21. 34. 55 400 from Adam Gaffin message id 199,204,270,000 I 28,949 if org 2 Adam subject test status this is only a test. Whoa, what is all that stuff? It's your message with a postmark gone mad, just as the Postal Service puts its marks on every piece of mail it handles. So do Net Postal Systems. Only it's called a header instead of a postmark. Each system that handles or routes your mail puts its stamp on it. Since many messages go through a number of systems on their way to you, you will often get messages with headers that seem to go on forever. Among other things, a header will tell you exactly when a message was sent and received, even the difference between your local time and Greenwich Mean Time, as at the end of line 4 above. If this had been a long message, it would just keep scrolling across and down your screen, unless the people who run your public access site have set it up to pause every 24 lines. One way to deal with a message that doesn't stop is to use your telecommunication software's logging or text buffer function. Start it before you hit the number of the message you want to see. Your computer will ask you what you want to call the file you're about to create. After you name the file and hit enter, type the number of the message you want to see and hit enter. When the message finishes scrolling, turn off the text buffer function. The message is now saved in your computer. This way, you can read the message while not connected to the net, which can save you money if you're paying by the hour, and write a reply offline. But in the meantime, now what? You can respond to the message, delete it or save it. To respond, type a lowercase r and hit enter. you'll get something like this. 2. A damned subject. 3. Test note that this time you don't have to enter a username. The computer takes it from the message you are replying to and automatically addresses your message to its sender. The computer also automatically inserts a subject line by adding "Ray" to the original subject. From here, it's just like writing a new message. But say you change your mind and decide not to reply after all. How do you get out of the message? Hit Control-C once. You'll get this. Interrupt. One more to kill letter if you hit Control-C once more. The message will disappear and you'll get back to your mail's command line. Now, if you type a lowercase d and then hit Enter, you'll delete the original message. Type a lowercase q to exit your mailbox. If you type a q without first hitting D, your message is transferred to a file called box. This file is where all read, but undeleted messages go. If you want to leave it in your mailbox for now, type a lowercase x and hit Enter. This gets you out of mail without making any changes. The box file works a lot like your mailbox. To access it, type mailfbox at your host system's command line and hit Enter. You'll get a menu identical to the one in your mailbox from which you can read these old messages. Delete them or respond to them. It's probably a good idea to clear out your mailbox and box file from time to time, if only to keep them uncluttered. Are there any drawbacks to email? There are a few. One is that people seem more willing to fly off the handle electronically than in person or over the phone. Maybe it's because it's so easy to hit R and reply to a message without pausing and reflecting a moment. That's why we have Smiley's C section 2. 4. There's no online equivalent yet of a return receipt. Chances are your message got to where it's going, but there's no absolute way for you to know for sure unless you get a reply from the other person. So now you're ready to send email to other people on the net. Of course, you need somebody's address to send them mail. How do you get it? Alas, the simplest answer is not what you'd call the most elegant. You call them up on the phone or write them a letter on paper and ask them. Residents of the electronic frontier are only beginning to develop the equivalent of phone books, and the ones that exist today are far from complete still. Later on, in Chapter 6, we'll show you how to use some of these directories. Eventually, you'll start corresponding with people, which means you'll want to know how to address mail to them. It's vital to know how to do this, because the smallest mistake, using a comma when you should have used a period, for instance, can bounce the message back to you, undelivered. In this sense, net addresses are like phone numbers. One wrong digit and you get the wrong person. Fortunately, most net addresses now adhere to a relatively easy to understand system. Earlier, you sent yourself a mail message using just your username. This was sort of like making a local phone call. You didn't have to dial a 1 or an area code. This also works for mail to anybody else who has an account on the same system as you. Sending mail outside of your system, though, will require the use of the net equivalent of area codes, called domains. A basic net address will look something like this. tomworld.com. Tom is somebody's user id, and he is at hence the sinus site or an internetus, a domain known as .com. Large organizations often have more than one computer linked to the internet. In this case, the name of the particular machine is world. You will quickly notice that, like boat owners, internet computer owners always name their machines. Domains tell you the name of the organization that runs a given email site and what kind of site it is, or, if it's not in the U.S., what country it's located in. Large organizations may have more than one computer or gateway tied to the internet, so you'll often see a two-part domain name. and sometimes even 3 or 4-part domain names. In general, American addresses end in an organizational suffix, such as edu, which means the site is at a college or university. Other American suffixes include com for businesses, org for nonprofit organizations, gov and mil for government and military agencies, net for companies or organizations that run large networks. Sites in the rest of the world tend to use a 2-letter code that represents their country. Most make sense, such as CA for Canadian sites, but there are a couple of seemingly odd ones. Swiss sites end in ch, while South African ones end in z. Some U.S. sites have followed this international convention, such as well. CAV, us. You'll notice that the above addresses are all in lowercase, unlike almost everything else having anything at all to do with Unix. Most net mailing systems don't care about case, so you generally don't have to worry about capitalizing email addresses. Alas, there are a few exceptions. Some public access sites do allow for capital letters in user names. When in doubt, ask the person you want to write to, or let her send you a message first. Recall how a person's email address is usually found on the top of her message. The domain name, the part of the address after the sign, never has to be capitalized. It's all a fairly simple system that works very well. Except, again, it's vital to get the address exactly right, just as you have to dial a phone number exactly right. Send a message to Tomgun, Edu, which is the University of New Mexico, when you meant to send it to Tomgum, Edu, the University of Minnesota, and your letter will either bounce back to you undelivered or go to the wrong person. If your message is bounced back to you as undeliverable, you'll get an ominous-looking message from MailerDaemon, actually a rather benign Unix program that exists to handle mail, with an evil-looking header followed by the text of your message. Sometimes you can tell what went wrong by looking at the first few lines of the bounced message. Besides an incorrect address, it's possible your host system does not have the other site in the map it maintains of other host systems. Or you could be trying to send mail to another network, such as Bitnet or CompuServe, that has special addressing requirements. Sometimes, figuring all this out can prove highly frustrating. But remember the prime net commandment. Ask. Send a message to your system administrator. He or she might be able to help decipher the problem. There is one kind of address that may give your host system particular problems. There are 2 main ways that Unix systems exchange mail. One is known as OOSP and started out with a different addressing system than the rest of the net. Most OOSP systems have since switched over to the standard net addressing system, but a few traditional sites still cling to their original type, which tends to have lots of exclamation points in it. Like this: unit, somesit, othersit, my buddy. The problem for many host sites is that exclamation points, also known as bangs, now mean something special in the more common systems or shells used to operate many Unix computers. This means that addressing mail to such a site, or even responding to a message you received from one, could confuse the poor computer to no end, and your message never gets sent out. If that happens, try putting backslashes in front of each exclamation point, so that you get an address that looks like this: unit, somesit, othersit, my buddy. Note that this means you may not be able to respond to such a message by typing a lowercase r. You may get an error message and you'll have to create a brand new message. If you want to get a taste of what's possible through email, start an email message to Almanicos. Orst. Edu. Leave the subject line blank as a message. Write this: send quote, or if you're feeling a little down, write this instead: send moral support. In either case, you will get back a message within a few seconds if you simply asked for a quote. you'll get back a fortune cookie-like saying. If you asked for moral support, you'll also get back a fortune cookie-like saying, only supposedly more uplifting. This particular mail server is run by Oregon State University. Its main purpose is actually to provide a way to distribute agricultural information via email. If you'd like to find out how to use the server's full range of services, send a message to its address with this line in it. Send help. You'll quickly get back a lengthy document detailing just what's available and how to get it. Feeling opinionated? Want to give the President of the United States a piece of your mind? Send a message to President White House. Gov, or if the Vice President will do, write Vice President White House. Gov. The mail program is actually a very powerful one and a net-wide standard, at least on Unix computers, but it can be hard to figure out. You can type a question mark to get a list of commands, but these may be of limited use unless you're already familiar with Unix. Fortunately, there are a couple of other mail programs that are easier to use. 2. Elm. A better way. Elm is a combination mailbox and letter writing system that uses menus to help you navigate through mail. Most Unix-based host systems now have it online. To use it, type Elm and hit Enter. You'll get a menu of your waiting mail, along with a list of commands you can execute, that will look something like this. Mailbox is your spool mail Adam with 38 messages, 1 Sep 1 Christopher Davis, 13 Here's another message. 2 Sep 1 Christopher Davis, 91. This is a message from Eudora. 3 August 31 Rita Marie Rowley 100 and 61 First Internet Hunt. Foot 4 August 31 Peter Scott Manage 5 Service at a 6 August 30 Peter Scott Manage 39 New File Datapic Information 7 August 28 Peter Scott Manage 67 Proposed Usenet Group for Heidelnet and 8 August 28 Peter Scott Manage 56 New File Janet Public Access 9 August 26 Helen Trillion Ross 15 Tuesday Delete or Delete mail. A message. R Epley or F forward mail. Q to read a message. Press. J move down. K move up. Help. Each line shows the date you received the message, who sent it, how many lines long the message is, and the message's subject. If you are using Phone 100 emulation, you can move up and down the menu with your up and down arrow keys. Otherwise, type the line number of the message you want to read or delete and hit Enter. When you read a message, it pauses every 24 lines. Instead of scrolling until it's done, hit the space bar to read the next page. You can type a lowercase R to reply or a lowercase q or I to get back to the menu. The I stands for index. At the main menu, hitting a lowercase M followed by Enter will let you start a message. To delete a message, type a lowercase d. You can do this while reading the message. Or, if you are in the menu, move the cursor to the Messages line and then hit D. When you're done with Elm, type a lowercase q. The program will ask if you really want to delete the messages you marked. Then, it will ask you if you want to move any messages you've read but haven't marked for deletion to a received file. For now, hit your N key. Elm has a major disadvantage for the beginner. The default text editor it generally calls up when you hit your or M key is often a program called Emacs. Unixoids swear by Emacs, but everybody else almost always finds it impossible. Unfortunately, you can't always get away from it or Vi, another text editor often found on Unix systems. So later on we'll talk about some basic commands that will keep you from going totally nuts. If you want to save a message to your own computer, hit S, either within the message or with your cursor on the message entry in the Elm menu. A file name will pop up. If you do not like it, type a new name you want have to backspace. Hit Enter, and the message will be saved with that file name in your home directory on your host system. After you exit Elm, you can now download it. Ask your system administrator for specifics on how to download and upload such files. 2. 3 Pine. An even better way. Pine is based on Elm, but includes a number of improvements that make it an ideal mail system for beginners. Like Elm, Pine starts you with. It also has an address book feature that is handy for people with long or complex email addresses. Hitting A at the main menu puts you in the address book, where you can type in the person's first name or nickname followed by her address. Then, when you want to send that person a message, you only have to type in her first name or nickname, and Pine automatically inserts her actual address. The address book also lets you set up a mailing list. This feature allows you to send the same message to a number of people at once. What really sets Pine apart is its built-in text editor, which looks and feels a lot more like word processing programs available for MS-DOS and Macintosh users. Not only does it have word wrap, a revolutionary concept if ever there was one, it also has a spell checker and a search command. Best of all of the commands you need are listed in a 2-line mini menu at the bottom of each screen. The commands look like this. W, where is the little caret, is a synonym for the key marked Control on your keyboard to find where a particular word is in your document. You'd hit your Control key and your W key at the same time, which would bring up a prompt asking you for the word to look for. Some of Pine's commands are a tad peculiar. Control V for page down, for example, which comes from being based on a variant of Emacs which is utterly peculiar. But again, all of the commands you need are listed on that 2-line mini menu, so it shall take you more than a couple of seconds to find the right one. To use Pine, type Pine at the command line and hit Enter. It's a relatively new program, so some systems may not yet have it online, but it's so easy to use. You should probably send email to your system administrator urging him to get it. 2. 4. Smileys. When you're involved in an online discussion, you can't see the smiles or shrugs that the other person might make in a live conversation to show he's only kidding. But online, there's no body language. So what you might think is funny, somebody else might take as an insult. To try to keep such misunderstandings from erupting into bitter disputes, we have smileys. Tilt your head to the left and look at the following sideways. Or simply, this is your basic smiley. Use it to indicate people should not take that comment you just made as seriously as they might otherwise. You make a smiley by typing a colon, a hyphen, and a right parenthetical bracket. Some people prefer using the word grin, usually in this form. Sometimes, though, you'll see it as grin or even just for short. Some other smileys include wink, frown, oh surprise, 8 wearing glasses, Abe Lincoln, oak. So maybe the last two are a little bogus. 2. 5. Sending email to other networks. There are a number of computer networks that are not directly part of the net, but which are now connected through gateways that allow the passing of email. Here's a list of some of the larger networks, how to send mail to them, and how their users can send mail to you. America Online. Remove any spaces from a user's name and append America Online. Com. To get userel.com. America Online users who want to send mail to you need only put your net address in the to field before composing a message. At mail. Address your message to user@mail.com. From @mail, a user would send mail to you in this form. Internet, domain, user. So if your address were nancyworld.com, your correspondent would send a message to you at internet.world.com. Nancer, Bitnet. Users of Bitnet and NetNearth in Canada and Earn in Europe often have addresses in this form. Isiandms. If you're lucky, all you'll have to do to mail to that address is add bitnit at the end to get ISINDMS bitnit. Sometimes, however, mail to such an address will bounce back to you, because bitnit addresses do not always translate well into an internet form. If this happens, you can send mail through one of two Internet-to-Bitnit gateways. First, change the in the address to a so that you get username bitnit. Then add either Marist, Edu or Akanev, Huni, Edu, so that, with the above example, you would get ISINDIVS, bitnit, Marist, Edu or ISINDVIBS, bitnitkanivm, Huni, Edu. Bitnit users have it a little easier. They can usually send mail directly to your email address without fooling around with it at all. So send them your address and they should be OK CompuServe. CompuServe users have numerical addresses in this form: 73,727, 545. To send mail to a CompuServe user, change the comma to a period and add CompuServe. Com. For example, 73,727, 545 CompuServe. Com. Note that some CompuServe users must pay extra to receive mail from the Internet. If you know CompuServe users who want to send you mail, tell them to go mail and create a mail message. In the address area, instead of typing in a CompuServe number, have them type your address in this form: Internet, your address. For example, Internet at damworld.com. Note that both the and the are required. Delphi. To send mail to a Delphi user, the form is username Delphi. Com. Fidonet. To send mail to people using a Fidonet, you need the name they use to log on to that system and its node number. Fidonet node numbers or addresses consist of 3 numbers. In this form: 1. 320 to 190. The first number tells which of several broad geographic zones the BZ in 1 represents: the U.S. and Canada, 2 Europe and Israel, 3 Pacific Asia, 4 South America. The second number represents the BS network, while the final number is the BS Fidanode number in that network. If your correspondent only gives you 2 numbers, for example, 320 to 190, it means the system is in Zone 1. Now comes the tricky part. You have to reverse the numbers and add to them the letters F, N and Z, which stand for Fidanode, network, and zone. For example, the address above would become phone 190, 322, zone. Now add Fidanet, org at the end, to get phone 190, 322, zone, Fidanet, org. Then add firstname, lastname, to get firstname, lastname phone 190, 322, zone, Fidanet, org. Note the period between the first and last names. Also, some countries now have their own Fidanet backbone systems, which might affect addressing. For example, were the above address in Germany, you would end it with Fido, D instead of Fidanet, org. Woo. The reverse process is totally different. First, the person has to have access to his or her BSNet mail area and know the Fidanet address of his or her local Fidanet gateway. Often their system operator will know it. Your Fidanet correspondent should address a netmail message field in the node number field. They should type in the node number of the Fidanet gateway if the gateway system is in the same regional network as their system. They need only type the last number. For example, 390 instead of 320 to 390. Then, the first line of the message has to be your internet address, followed by a blank line. After that, the person can write the message and send it. Because of the way Fidanet moves mail, it could take a day or 2 for a message to be delivered in either direction. Also, because many FIDONET systems are run as hobbies, it is considered good form to ask the gateway sysops permission if you intend to pass large amounts of mail back and forth. Messages of a commercial nature are strictly forbidden even if it's something the other person asked for. Also, consider it very likely that somebody other than the recipient will read your messages. Genie. To send mail to a Genie user. Add Genie. Com to the end of the Genie username. For example, Walter Jenny. Com. McEmail. To send mail to somebody within McEmail account. Adam Cmail. Com to the end of their name or numerical address. For example, 555 1212 Cmail. Com. Or Ismitham Cmail. Com. Note that if there is more than one McEmail subscriber with that name, you will get a mail message back from Mickey giving you their names and numerical addresses. You'll then have to figure out which one you want and resend the message. From Mickey, a user would type your name, M's, at the to, prompt, at the M's prompt. He or she would type internet, followed by your net address at the M's prompt. PSINet. To send mail to a PSINet user, use this form, usernamic.org. PSINet subscribers can use your regular address to send you mail. Prodigy. User at Prodigy.com. Note that Prodigy users must pay extra for internet email. 2. 6. 7 Unix commands you can't live without. If you connect to the net through a Unix system, eventually you will have to come to terms with Unix. For better or worse, most Unix systems do not shield you from their inner workings. If you want to copy a Usenet posting to a file, for example, you'll have to use some Unix commands if you ever want to do anything with that file, like MS-DOS. Unix is an operating system. It tells the computer how to do things. Now, while Unix may have a reputation as being even more complex than MS-DOS, in most cases, a few basic and simple commands should be all you'll ever need. If your own computer uses MS-DOS or PDOS, the basic concepts will seem very familiar. But watch out for the command, which works differently enough from the similarly named DOS command that it will drive you crazy. Also, unlike MS-DOS, Unix is case sensitive. If you type commands or directory names in the wrong case, you'll get an error message. If you're used to working on a Mac, you'll have to remember that Unix stores files in directories rather than folders. Unix directories are organized like branches on a tree. At the bottom is the root directory, with subdirectories branching off that, and subdirectories in turn can have subdirectories. The Mac equivalent of a Unix subdirectory is a folder within another folder. Cat equivalent to the MS-DOS type command. To pause a file every screen, type cat file more where file is the name of the file you want to see. Hitting Ctrl+C will stop the display. Alternately, you could type more file to achieve the same result. You can also use cat for writing or uploading text files to your name or home directory similar to the MS-DOS copycon command. If you type catist, you start a file called test. You can either write something simple, no editing once you've finished a line, and you have to hit return at the end of each line, or upload something into that file using your communications software's ASCII protocol. To close the file, hit Ctrl+D. The change directory command. To change from your present directory to another, type directory and hit enter, unlike MS-DOS, which uses it to denote subdirectories. For example, a stufftext. Unix uses a for example, a stufftext. So to change from your present directory to the stufftext subdirectory, you would type stufftext and then hit enter. As in MS-DOS, you do not need the first backslash if the subdirectory comes off the directory you're already in. To move back up a directory tree, you would type followed by enter. Note the space between the and the two periods. This is where Ms-DOS users will really go nuts. Copies a file. The syntax is filone filetwo, which would copy filone to filetwo or overwrite filetwo with filone. Was this command, when followed by enter, tells you what's in the directory, similar to the DOSDIR command, except in alphabetical order. More will stop the listing every 24 lines. Handy if there are a lot of things in the directory. The basicals command does not list hidden files, such as the login file that controls how your system interacts with Unix. To see these files, type orals. L will tell you the size of each file in bytes and tell you when each was created or modified, similar to the Ms-DOS rename command. Filone filetwo will rename filone as filetwo. The command can also be used to move files between directories. Filone news would move filone to your news directory. Deletes a file. Type file name and hit enter, but beware. When you hit enter, it's gone for good. Wildcards. When searching for, copying or deleting files, you can use wildcards if you are not sure of the file's exact name. Man would find the following files: manual, text, man. Use a question mark when you're sure about all but one or two characters. For example, man would find a file called main, but not one called manual. 2. 7. When things go wrong. You send a message but get back an ominous-looking message from MailerDemon containing up to several dozen lines of computers followed by your message. Somewhere in those lines you can often find a clue to what went wrong. You might have made a mistake in spelling the email address. The site to which you're sending mail might have been down for maintenance or a problem. You may have used the wrong translation for mail to a non-internet network. You call up your host system's text editor to write a message or reply to one and can't seem to get out. If it's Emacs, try Control-X. Control-C in other words. Hit your Control key and your X key at the same time, followed by Control and C. If worse comes to worse, you can hang up. In Elm, you accidentally hit the D key for a message you want to save. Type the number of the message. Hit enter and then U, which will undelete the message. This works only before you exit Elm. Once you quit, the message is gone. You try to upload an ASCII message you've written on your own computer into a message you're preparing in Elm or Pine, and you get a lot of left brackets. Capital Ms. Believe it or not, your message will actually wind up looking fine. All that garbage is temporary and reflects the problems some Unix text processors have with ASCII uploads. But it will take much longer for your upload to finish. One way to deal with this is to call up the simple mail program, which will not produce any weird characters when you upload a text file into a message. Another way, which is better if your prepared message is a response to somebody's mail, is to create a text file on your host system with cat. For example, cat file, and then upload your text into that. Then, in Elm or Pine, you can insert the message with a simple command Control-R in Pine. For example, only this time you won't see all that extraneous stuff. You haven't cleared out your Elm mailbox in a while, and you accidentally hit Y when you meant to hit N or vice versa when exiting, and now all your messages have disappeared. Look in your news directory at the command line. Type to news for a file called received. Those are all your messages. Unfortunately, there's no way to get them back into your Elm mailbox. You'll have to download the file or read it online. Chapter 3. Usenet I 3. 1. The global watering hole. Imagine a conversation carried out over a period of hours and days, as if people were leaving messages and responses on a bulletin board. Or imagine the electronic equivalent of a radio talk show where everybody can put their 2 cents in and no one is ever on hold. Unlike email, which is usually 1-to-1, Usenet is many-to-many. Usenet is the international meeting place, where people gather to meet their friends, discuss the day's events, keep up with computer trends, or talk about whatever's on their mind. Jumping into a Usenet discussion can be a liberating experience. Nobody knows what you look or sound like, how old you are, what your background is. You're judged solely on your words, your ability to make a point. To many people, Usenet is the net. In fact, it is often confused with Internet. But it is a totally separate system. All Internet sites can carry Usenet, but so do many non-Internet sites. From sophisticated Unix machines to old X clones and Apple IIs. Technically, Usenet messages are shipped around the world, from host system to host system, using one of several specific net protocols. Your host system stores all of its Usenet messages in one place, which everybody with an account on the system can access. That way, no matter how many people actually read a given message, each host system has to store only one copy of it. Many host systems talk with several others regularly in case one or another of their links goes down for some reason. When two host systems connect, they basically compare notes on which Usenet messages they already have. Any that one is missing, the other then transmits, and vice versa, because they are computers. They don't mind running through thousands, even millions, of these comparisons every day. Yes, millions, for Usenet is huge. Every day, Usenet users pump upwards of 40 million characters a day into the system, roughly the equivalent of volumes a G of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Obviously, nobody could possibly keep up with this immense flow of messages. Let's look at how to find conferences and discussions of interest to you. The basic building block of Usenet is the newsgroup, which is a collection of messages with a related theme on other networks. These would be called conferences, forums, boards, or special interest groups. There are now more than 50 of these news groups, in several different languages, covering everything from art to zoology, from science fiction to South Africa. Some public access systems, typically the ones that work through menus, try to make it easier by dividing Usenet into several broad categories. Choose one of those and you're given a list of newsgroups in that category. Then select the newsgroup you're interested in and start reading. Other systems let you compile your own reading list so that you only see messages in conferences you want. In both cases, conferences are arranged in a particular hierarchy devised in the early 1980s. Newsgroup names start with one of a series of broad topic names. For example, newsgroups beginning with comp are about particular computer-related topics. These broad topics are followed by a series of more focused topics so that comp Unix groups are limited to discussion about Unix. The main hierarchies are Vianet Research Biology Bit. Listserv conferences originating as Bitnet mailing lists, business comp computers, and related subjects misc discussions that don't fit anywhere else. News about Usenet itself. Rec hobbies. Games and recreation. See science other than research biology. Social groups. Often ethnically related. Talk politics and related topics. Alt controversial or unusual topics. Not carried by all sites. In addition, many host systems carry newsgroups for a particular city, state, or region. For example, NEI. Housing is a newsgroup where New Englanders look for apartments. A growing number also carry 12 newsgroups, which are aimed at elementary and secondary teachers and students. And a number of sites carry Clary newsgroups, which is actually a commercial service consisting of wire service stories and a unique online computer news service. More on this in Chapter 10. 3. 2. Navigating Usenet with how do you dive right in? As mentioned, on some systems, it's all done through menus. You just keep choosing from a list of choices until you get to the newsgroup you want, and then hit the read command. On Unix systems, however, you will have to use a newsreader program. Two of the more common ones are known as for read news and for no news, because it's supposed to be simpler to use. For beginners, may be the better choice because it works with menus. You get a list of articles in a given newsgroup, and then you choose which ones you want to see. To try it out, connect to your host system and, at the command line, type news, announce, Moosers and hit enter. After a few seconds, you should see something like this. Newsgroup, news, announce, Moosers articles, 22 of 2012, new. A Gene Spafford 776, answers to frequently asked questions, B. Gene Spafford 362, a primer on how to work with the Usenet community. C. Gene Spafford 387, Emily Post News answers your questions. On netiquette. D. Gene Spafford 101, hints on writing style. Announce F. Gene Spafford 367, Usenet software. History and sources. G. Gene Spafford 353, What is Usenet? H. Taylor 241, A Guide to Social Newsgroups and Mailing Lists. I. Gene Spafford 585, Alternative Newsgroup Hierarchies. Part I. J. Gene Spafford 455, Alternative Newsgroup Hierarchies. Part I. K. David C. Lorank 151, How to create a new newsgroup. L. Gene Spafford 106, How to get information about networks. M. Gene Spafford 888, List of active newsgroups. And Gene Spafford 504, List of moderators. O. Gene Spafford 1051, Publicly accessible mailing lists. Part IP. Gene Spafford 1123, Publicly accessible mailing lists. Part I. Q. Gene Spafford 1193, Publicly accessible mailing lists. Part E. R. Jonathan Commons 644, How to become a Usenet site as Jonathan Common 1344, List of periodic informational postings. Part I. 1552. Select. Help. Top 85. Explanatory postings for new users. Moderated, obviously. This is a good newsgroup to begin your exploration of Usenet. Here's what all this means. The first letter on each line is the letter you type to read that particular article. It makes sense that a newsgroup would have articles. Next comes the name of the person who wrote that article, followed by its length, in lines, and what the article is about. At the bottom, you see the local time at your access site. What you're doing right now, i.e. selecting articles, which key to hit for some help. The key and how many of the articles in the newsgroup you can see on this screen. The moderated means the newsgroup has a moderator who is the only one who can directly post messages to it. This is generally limited to groups such as this, which contain articles of basic information, or for digests, which are basically online magazines. More on them in a bit. Say you're particularly interested in what Emily Post News has to say about proper etiquette on Usenet. Hit your C key lowercase, and the line will light up. If you want to read something else, hit the key that corresponds to it. And if you want to see what's on the next page of articles, hit return or your space bar. But you're impatient to get going, and you want to read that article now. The command for that is a capital Z. Hit it and you'll see something like this. Gene Spafford. Emily Post News answers your questions on netiquette of 92.4. 17. Original author. Bread looking. On. Brad Templeton. Archive name. Emily Post News. Partone last change. 30 Nov 91 by Brad looking. On. Brad Templeton. Note. This is intended to be satirical. if you do not recognize it as such. Consult a doctor or professional comedian. The recommendations in this article should be recognized for what they are: admonitions about what not to do. Dear Emily Post News. Emily Post News, foremost authority on proper net behavior, gives her advice on how to act on the net. Dear Miss Post News, how long should my signature be? Verbose Noisy A. Dear Verbose, please try and make your signature as long as you. 9:57. Announce. Moosers. Last. Help. Top 4. The first few lines are the message's header, similar to the header you get in email messages. Then comes the beginning of the message. The last line tells you the time again, the newsgroup name or part of it. Anyway, the position in your message stack that this message occupies, how to get help, and how much of the message is on screen. If you want to keep reading this message, just hit your space bar, not your enter key, for the next screen, and so on till done. When done, you'll be returned to the newsgroup menu. For now, hit Q uppercase this time, which quits you out of and returns you to your host system's command line. To get a look at another interesting newsgroup, type in comp risks and hit enter. This newsgroup is another moderated group, this time a digest of all the funny and frightening ways computers and the people who run and use them can go wrong. Again, you read articles by selecting their letters. If you're in the middle of an article and decide you want to go on to the next one, hit your N key. Now it's time to look for some news groups that might be of particular interest to you. Unix host systems that have used a program called ngrup. Ever get the feeling Unix was not entirely written in English? That lets you scan news groups. Exit, and at your host system's command line, type ngrup word, where word is the subject you're interested in. If you use a Macintosh computer, you might try ngrup Mac. You'll get something that looks like this. Alt. Music. Machines. Of. Loving. Grace. Alt. Religion. Emacs. Comp. Binaries. Mac. Comp. Emacs. Comp. Lang. Fourth. Mac. Comp. OS. Mock. Comp. Sources. Mac. Comp. Size. Mac. Announce. Comp. Size. Mac. Apps. Comp. Size. Mac. Com. Comp. Size. Mac. Databases. Comp. Size. Mac. Digest. Comp. Size. Mac. Games. Comp. Size. Mac. Hardware. Comp. Size. Mac. Hypercard. Comp. Size. Mac. MISC. Comp. Size. Mac. Programmer. Comp. Size. Mac. System. Comp. Size. Mac. Wanted. New. Emacs. Announce. New. Emacs. Bug. New. Emacs. News. New. Emacs. NIS. New. Emacs. Help. New. Emacs. Lisp. Manual. New. Emacs. Sources. New. Emacs. Bug. New. Emacs. Info. New. Emacs. Note that some of these obviously have something to do with Macintoshes, while some obviously do not. ngrup is not a perfect system. If you want to get a list of all the news groups available on your host system, type ngrup more or. ngrup ape can hit enter. Which one to use depends on the Unix used on your host system. If one doesn't do anything, try the other. You don't absolutely need the more or ip, but if you don't include it, the list will keep scrolling rather than pausing every 24 lines. If you are in Hitting a capital Y will bring up a similar list. Typing newsgroup for every newsgroup can get awfully tiring after a while. When you use your host system looks in a file called NURC. This is basically a list of every newsgroup on the host system, along with notations on which groups and articles you have read, all maintained by the computer. You can also use this file to create a reading list that brings up each newsgroup to which you want to subscribe. To try it out, type without any newsgroup name and hit enter. Unfortunately, you will start out with a NURC file that has you subscribed to every single newsgroup on your host system. To delete a newsgroup from your reading list, type a capital U while its menu is on the screen. The computer will ask you if you're sure you want to unsubscribe. If you then hit a Y, you'll be unsubscribed and put in the next group. With many host systems carrying thousands of newsgroups, this will take you forever. Fortunately, there are a couple of easier ways to do this. Both involve calling up your NURC file in a word or text processor. In a NURC file, each newsgroup takes up one line, consisting of the group's name, an exclamation point or a colon, and a range of numbers. Newsgroups with a colon are ones to which you are subscribed. Those followed by an exclamation point are unsubscribed. To start with a clean slate, then, you have to change all those colons to exclamation points. If you know how to use Emacs or Vi, call up the NURC file you might want to make a copy of NURC first, just in case, and use the search and replace function to make the change. If you're not comfortable with these text processor, you can download the NURC file, make the changes on your own computer, and then upload the revised file before you download the file. However, you should do a couple of things. One is to type sp NURC tempork and hit enter. You will actually download this tempork file. Note the name does not start with a period. Some computers, such as those using MS-DOS, do not allow file names starting with periods. After you download the file, open it in your favorite word processor and use its search and replace function to change the exclamation points to colons. Be careful not to change anything else. Save the document in ASCII or text format. Dial back into your host system. At the command line, type temporkin and hit enter. This new file will serve as your backup NURC file just in case something goes wrong. Upload the tempork file from your computer. This will overwrite the Unix system's old tempork file. Now type tempork NURC and hit enter. You now have a clean slate to start creating a reading list. 3. Commands. To mark a specific article for reading, type the letter next to it in lowercase. To mark a specific article and all of its responses, type the letter and an asterisk. For example, to unselect an article, type the letter next to it again, in lowercase. C cancels an article around the world that you wrote. Every article posted on Usenet has a unique ID number. Hitting a capital C sends out a new message that tells host systems that receive it to find earlier message and delete it. F to post a public response or follow-up. If selected while still on a newsgroup page, asks you which article to follow up. If selected while in a specific article, will follow up that article. In either case, you'll be asked if you want to include the original article in yours. Caution. Puts you in whatever text editor is your default and goes to the next subscribed newsgroup with unread articles. P goes to the previous subscribed newsgroup with unread articles. G news group goes to a specific newsgroup. Can be used to subscribe to new newsgroups. Hitting G brings up a submenu. U goes to the group and shows only unread articles. A goes to the group and shows all articles. even ones you already read. S will show you only articles with a specific subject. N will show you only articles from a specific person. M mails a copy of the current article to somebody. You'll be asked for the recipient's email address and whether you want to add any comments to the article before sending it off. As with F, puts you in the default editor. Post an article. You'll be asked for the name of the group. Q quit or exit. You unsubscribe from the current news group. R responds to an article via email. Space hitting the space bar brings up the next page of articles. X if you have selected articles. This will show them to you and then take you to the next subscribed news group with unread articles. If you don't have any selected articles, it marks all articles as read and takes you to the next unread subscribed news group. Word finds and marks all articles in the news group with a specific word in the subject line. For example, modem. Z shows you selected articles immediately and then returns you to the current news group. Brings up a help screen. Goes to the previous page in the news group. Goes to the next page in the news group. Goes to the last page in an article. Goes to the first page in an article. 3. For using RIN, some folks prefer this older newsreader. If you type renews, announce, Moosers at your host system's command line, you'll see something like this. 21 unread articles in news. Announce, Moosers, read now. If you hit your Y key, the first article will appear on your screen. If you want to see what articles are available first, though, hit your computer's key and you'll get something like this. 152 Introduction to News. Announce 153 a primer on how to work with the Usenet community. 154 What is Usenet? 155 Answers to frequently asked questions. 156 Hints on writing style for Usenet. 158 Alternative newsgroup hierarchies. Part A. 159 Alternative newsgroup hierarchies. Part I. 160 Emily Post News answers your questions on Netiquette. 161 Usenet software. History and sources. 162 A guide to social news groups and mailing lists. 163 How to get information about networks. 164 How to create a new news group. 169 List of active news groups. 170 List of moderators. 171 Publicly accessible mailing lists. Part A. 172 Publicly accessible mailing lists. Part I. 173 Publicly accessible mailing lists. Part E. 174 How to become a Usenet site. 175 List of periodic informational postings. Part A. 176 List of periodic informational postings. Part I. 177 List of periodic informational postings. Part E. End of Article 158 of 178. What next? Notice how the messages are in numerical order this time, and don't tell you who sent them. Article 154 looks interesting. To read it, type in 154 and hit enter. You'll see something like this. Article 154. 20 more in news. Announce. Moosers moderated. From Spaffs. Purdue. Edugene Spafford News Groups. News. Announce. Moosers. News. Admin. News. Answers. Subject. What is Usenet? Date. 20 Sep 92 4. 17. 26. Follow up to. News. Moosers. Questions. Organization. Depth of Computer Sciences. Purdue Unev Lines. 353 supersedes. Spaff Waitis 715,578,719x. Purdue. Edu archive name. What is Usenet Partone original from? Chipit. Com Chip Salzenberg last change. 19 July 1992 by Spaffs. Purdue. Edu Jean Spafford. The first thing to understand about Usenet is that it is widely misunderstood. Every day on Usenet, the blind men and the elephant phenomenon is evident. In spades. In my opinion, more flame wars arise because of a lack of understanding of the nature of Usenet than from any other source. And consider that such flame wars arise, of necessity, among people who are on Usenet. Imagine, then, how poorly understood Usenet must be by those outside. More. 7 this time. The header looks much more like the gobbledygook you get in email messages. To keep reading, hit your space bar. If you hit your N key lowercase, you'll go to the next message in the numerical order. To escape run, just keep hitting your Q key in lowercase until you get back to the command line. Now let's set up your reading list, because RIN uses the same NURC file as n. You can use one of the search and replace methods described above, or you can do this. Type RIN and hit enter. When the first news group comes up on your screen, hit your U key in lowercase. Hit it again, and again, and again, or just keep it pressed down if your computer starts beeping. Let up for a couple of seconds. Eventually, you'll be told you're at the end of the news groups and asked what you want to do next. Here's where you begin entering news groups. Type G news group, for example. Gcomp, size, Mac, announce and hit enter. You'll be asked if you want to subscribe. Hit your Y key, then type G next news group, for example. Gcomp, announce, Moosers and hit enter. Repeat until done. This process will also set up your reading list form, if you prefer that newsreader. But how do you know which news groups to subscribe? Typing a lowercase l and then hitting enter will show you a list of all available news groups. Again, since there could be more than 0 news groups on your system, this might not be something you want to do. Fortunately, you can search for groups with particular words in their names using the L command. Typing LMAC followed by enter will bring up a list of news groups with those letters in them and as in. You will also see groups dealing with Emacs and the like, in addition to groups related to Macintosh computers. Because of the vast amount of messages transmitted over Usenet, most systems carry messages for only a few days or weeks. So if there's a message you want to keep, you should either turn on your computer's screen capture or save it to a file which you can later download. To save a message as a file in VERN, type S filename where filename is what you want to call the file. Hit enter. You'll be asked if you want to save it in mailbox format. In most cases, you can answer with an N, which will strip off the header. The message will now be saved to a file in your news directory, which you can access by typing news and then hitting enter. Also, some news groups fill up particularly quickly. Go away for a couple of days and you'll come back to find hundreds of articles. One way to deal with that is to mark them as read so that they no longer appear on your screen. Hit a capital J in RN, a small c. 3. 5 RN. Commands. Different commands are available to you in RN depending on whether you are already in a news group or reading a specific article. At any point, typing a lowercase h will bring up a list of available commands and some terse instructions for using them. Here are some of them. After you've just called up RN, or within a news group, C marks every article in a news group as read or caught up so that you don't have to see them again. The system will ask you if you are sure. Can be done either when asked if you want to read a particular news group or once in the news group. G goes to a news group in this form, G News. Group use this both for going to groups to which you are already subscribed and subscribing to new groups. H provides a list of available commands with terse instructions. L gives a list of all available news groups. P goes to the first previous subscribed news group with unread articles. Q quits or exits. Earn if you have not yet gone into a news group. If you are in a news group, it quits that one and brings you to the next subscribed news group. Only within a news group. Gives a list of all available articles in the news group. M marks a specific article or series of articles as unread again so that you can come back to them later. Typing 1700. And hitting enter would mark just that article as unread. Typing 1700-1800. And hitting enter would mark all of those articles as unread. Space brings up the next page of article listings. If already on the last page, displays the first article in the news group. You unsubscribe from the news group. Text searches, line, from the current article to the end of the news group. For example, F would bring you to the first article with if in the subject. Line, text. The same as text except it searches in reverse order from the current article. Only within a specific article. Some news groups consist of articles that are binary files, typically programs or graphics images. Hitting E will convert the ASCII characters within such an article into a file you can then download and use or view, assuming you have the proper computer and software. Many times, such files will be split into several articles. Just keep calling up the articles and hitting E until done. You will find the resulting file in your news subdirectory. See if you post an article and then decide it was a mistake. Call it up on your host system and hit this. The message will soon begin disappearing on systems around the world. F post a public response in the news group to the current article. Includes a copy of her posting, which you can then edit down using your host system's text editor. F the same as above, except it does not include a copy of the original message in yours. M marks the current article as unread so that you can come back to it later. You do not have to type the article number. Control N brings up the first response to the article. If there is no follow-up article, this returns you to the first unread article in the news group. Control P goes to the message to which the current article is a reply and goes to the next unread article in the news group and takes you to the next article in the news group even if you've already read it. Q quits or exits the current article, leaves you in the current news group. Our reply, via email only, to the author of the current article, includes a copy of his message in yours, are the same as above, except it does not include a copy of his article. S file copies the current article to a file in your news directory, where file is the name of the file you want to save it to. You'll be asked if you want to use mailbox format when saving. If you answer by hitting your N key, most of the header will not be saved. Smail user mails a copy of the article to somebody. For user substitute an email address. Does not let you add comments to the message first. However, space hitting the space bar shows the next page of the article, or, if at the end, goes to the next unread article. 3. 6. Essential news groups. With so much to choose from, everybody will likely have their own unique Usenet reading list. But there are a few news groups that are particularly of interest to newcomers. Among them, News, Announce. Moosers. This group consists of a series of articles that explain various facets of Usenet. News, Moosers. Questions. This is where you can ask questions. Well, see how in a bit about how Usenet works. News, Announce. News groups. Look here for information about new or proposed news groups. News, Answers contains lists of frequently asked questions, facts, and their answers from many different news groups. Learn how to fight jet lag in the fact from rec. Travel. Error. Look up answers to common questions about Microsoft Windows in fact from comp. OS, Ms. Windows, etc. Alt. Internet. Services looking for something in particular on the Internet. Ask here. Alt. Infosystems. Announce people adding new information services to the Internet will post details here. 3. 7. Speaking up. Threads are an integral part of Usenet. When somebody posts a message, often somebody else will respond. Soon, a thread of conversation begins. Following these threads is relatively easy. Related messages are grouped together. When you're done with a message, you can hit Control-N to read the next related message or follow-up. As you explore Usenet, it's probably a good idea to read discussions for a while before you jump in. This way, you can get a feel for the particular news group. Each has its own rhythms. Eventually, though, you'll want to speak up. There are two main ways to do this. You join an existing conversation, or you can start a whole new thread. If you want to join a discussion, you have to decide if you want to include portions of the message you are responding to in your message. The reason to do this is so people can see what you are responding to. Just in case the original message has disappeared from their system, remember that most Usenet messages have a short lifespan on the average host system, or they can't find it. If you're using a Unix host system, joining an existing conversation is similar in both. Hit your F key when done with a given article in the thread. Type a small f if you don't want to include portions of the message you're responding to, and uppercase F if you do. Type a capital F. You'll then be asked if you want to include portions of the original message. And here's where you hit another Unix wall. When you hit your F key, your host system calls up its basic Unix text editor. If you're lucky, that'll be Pico, a very easy system. More likely, however, you'll get dumped into Emacs or possibly Vi, which you've already met in the chapter on email. The single most important Emacs command is Control-X Control-C. This means depress your Control key and hit X, then depress the Control key and hit C. Memorize this. In fact, it's so important. It bears repeating. Control-X Control-C, these keystrokes are how you get out of Emacs. If they work well, you'll be asked if you want to send, edit, abort, or list the message you were working on. If they don't work well, say you accidentally hit some other weird key combination that means something special to Emacs and nothing seems to happen. Or you just get more weird-looking Emacs prompts on the bottom of your screen. Try hitting Control-G. This should stop whatever Emacs was trying to do. You should see the word quit on the bottom of your screen, after which you can hit Control-X Control-C. But if this still doesn't work, remember that you can always disconnect and dial back in. If you have told your newsreader you do want to include portions of the original message in yours, it will automatically put the entire thing at the top of your message. Use the arrow keys to move down to the lines you want to delete and hit Control-K, which will delete one line at a time. You can then write your message. Remember that you have to hit Enter before your cursor gets to the end of the line, because Emacs does not have word wrapping. When done, hit Control-X Control-C. You'll be asked the question about sending, editing, aborting, etc. Choose one. If you hit Y, your host system will start the process to sending your message across the net. Then entered programs work differently when it comes to posting entirely new messages. Type, post, and hit Enter in any news group. You'll be asked which news group to post a message to. Type in its name and hit Enter. Then you'll be asked for keywords. These are words you'd use to attract somebody scanning a news group. Say you're selling your car. You might type the type of car here. Next comes a summary line, which is somewhat similar. Finally, you'll be asked for the message's distribution. This is where you put how widely you want your message disseminated. Think about this one for a second. If you are selling your car, it makes little sense to send a message about it all over the world. But if you want to talk about the environment, it might make a lot of sense. Each host system has its own set of distribution classifications, but there's generally a local one just for users of that system, one for the city, state or region it's in, another for the country, for example, USA, one for the continent for Americans and Canadians, and finally, one for the entire world usually. World, which one to use? Generally, a couple of seconds thought will help you decide. If you're selling your car, use your city or regional distribution. People in Australia want much care and may even get annoyed. If you want to discuss presidential politics, using a USA distribution makes more sense. If you want to talk about events in the Middle East, sending your message to the entire world is perfectly acceptable. Then you can type your message. If you've composed your message offline, generally a good idea if you and Emacs don't get along. You can upload it now. You may see a lot of weird-looking characters as it uploads into Emacs, but those will disappear when you hit Ctrl+X and then Ctrl+C. Alternately, save the message, for example, by hitting M in Run. Log out. Compose your message offline. Log back on and upload your message into a file on your host system. Then call up Usenet, find the article you saved, start a reply, and you'll be asked if you want to include a prepared message. Type in the name of the file you just created and hit Enter. In Run, you have to wait until you get to the end of a newsgroup to hit F, which will bring up a message composing system. Alternately, at your host system's command line, you can type news and hit Enter. You'll be prompted somewhat similarly to the system, except that you'll be given a list of possible distributions. If you chose World, you'll get this message. This program posts news to thousands of machines throughout the entire civilized world. Your message will cost the net hundreds if not thousands of dollars to send everywhere. Please be sure you know what you are doing. Are you absolutely sure that you want to do this? Don't worry. Your message won't really cost the net untold amounts. Although, again, it's a good idea to think for a second whether your message really should go everywhere. If you want to respond to a given post through email, instead of publicly, hit RN or INRN. As with follow-up articles, the uppercase key includes the original message in yours. Most news groups are unmoderate, which means that every message you post will eventually wind up on every host system within the geographic region you specified that carries that news group. Some news groups, however, are moderated, as you saw earlier with comp risks. In these groups, messages are shipped to a single location where a moderator, acting much like a magazine editor, decides what actually gets posted. In some cases, groups are moderated like scholarly journals. In other cases, it's to try to cut down on the massive number of messages that might otherwise be posted. You'll notice that many articles in Usenet end with a fancy signature that often contains some witty saying, a clever drawing, and, almost incidentally, the poster's name and email address. You too can have your own signature automatically appended to everything you post. On your own computer, create a signature file. Try to keep it to 4 lines or less, lest you annoy others on the net. Then, while connected to your host system, type cat signature and hit Enter. Note the period before the S. Upload your signature file into this using your communications software's ASCII upload protocol. When done, hit Ctrl+D, the Unix command for closing a file. Now, every time you post a message, this will be appended to it. There are a few caveats to posting. Usenet is no different from a town meeting or publication. You are not supposed to break the law, whether that's posting copyrighted material or engaging in illegal activities. It is also not a place to try to sell products except in certain biz and for sale news groups. 3. 8. Cross-posting. Sometimes you'll have an issue you think should be discussed in more than one Usenet news group. Rather than posting individual messages in each group, you can post the same message in several groups at once through a process known as cross-posting. Say you want to start a discussion about the political ramifications of importing rare tropical fish from Brazil. People who read Rec. Aquaria might have something to say. So might people who read Alt. Politics. Animals and Talk. Politics. MISC. Cross-posting is easy. It also should mean that people on other systems who subscribe to several news groups will see your message only once, rather than several times. News reading software can cancel out the other copies once a person has read the message. When you get ready to post a message, whether through Pew's forward or the post command in, you'll be asked in which news groups. Type the names of the various groups, separated by a comma, but no space. For example, Rec, Aquaria, Alt, Politics, Animals, Talk, Politics, MISC, and hit Enter. After answering the other questions, geographic distribution, etc., the message will be posted in the various groups unless one of the groups is moderated, in which case the message goes to the moderator, who decides whether to make it public. It's considered bad form to post to an excessive number of news groups or inappropriate news groups. Probably, you don't really have to post something in 20 different places. And while you may think your particular political issue is vitally important to the fate of the world, chances are the readers of Rec, Arts, Comics will not, or at least not important enough to impose on them. You'll get a lot of nasty email messages demanding you restrict your messages to the appropriate news groups. Chapter 4. Usenet I. 4. 1. Flame, blather, and spew. Something about online communications seems to make some people particularly irritable. Perhaps it's the immediacy and semi-anonymity of it all. Whatever it is, there are whole classes of people you will soon think seem to exist to make you miserable, rather than pausing and reflecting on a message as one might do with a letter received on paper. It's just so easy to hit your R key and tell somebody you don't really know what you really think of them. Even otherwise calm people sometimes find themselves turning into raving lunatics. When this happens, flames erupt. A flame is a particularly nasty, personal attack on somebody for something he or she has written. Periodically, an exchange of flames erupts into a flame war that begin to take up all the space in a given news group and sometimes several. Flamers like cross-posting to let the world know how they feel. These can go on for weeks, sometimes they go on for years, in which case they become holy wars, usually on such topics as the relative merits of Macintoshes and IMS. Often, just when fire dying down, somebody new to the flame war reads all the messages, gets upset and issues an urgent plea that the flame war be taken to email so everybody else can get back. All this usually does, though, is start a brand new flame war, in which this poor person comes under attack for daring to question the First Amendment, prompting others to jump on the attackers for impugning this poor soul. You get the idea. Every so often, a discussion gets so out of hand that somebody predicts that either the government will catch on and shut the whole thing down, or somebody will sue to close down the network. Or maybe even the wrath of God will smote everybody involved. This brings what has become an inevitable rejoinder from others who realize that the network is in fact a resilient creature that will not die easily. Imminent death of Usenet predicted. Film at 11. Flame wars can be tremendously fun to watch at first. They quickly grow boring, though, and wait until the first time you're attacked. Flamers are not the only characters to watch out for. Spores assume that whatever they are particularly concerned about either really is of universal interest or should be rammed down the throats of people who don't seem to care, as frequently as possible. You can usually tell a spore's work by the number of articles he posts in a day on the same subject and the number of news groups to which he then sends these articles. Both can reach well into double digits. Often, these messages relate to various ethnic conflicts around the world. Frequently, there is no conceivable connection between the issue at hand and most of the news groups to which he posts. No matter if you try to point this out in a response to one of these messages, you will be inundated with angry messages that either accuse you of being an insensitive racist American whatever. Closely related to these folks are the Holocaust revisionists, who periodically inundate certain groups such as Sikh history with long rants about how the Holocaust never really happened. Some people attempt to refute these people with facts, but others realize this only encourages them. Blatherers tend to be more benign. Their problem is that they just can't get to the point. They can wring 3 or 4 screenfuls out of a thought that others might sum up in a sentence or two. A related condition is excessive quoting. People afflicted with this will include an entire message in their reply rather than essaying the portions not relevant to whatever point you're trying to make. The worst quote a long message and then add a single line, "I agree," or some such, often followed by a monster. Signature see section 4. 5. There are a number of other Usenet denizens you'll soon come to recognize. Among them, net weenies. These are the kind of people who enjoy insulting others, the kind of people who post nasty messages in a sewing news group just for the hell of it. Net geeks. People to whom the net is life, who worry about what happens when they graduate and they lose their free 24-hour access. Net gods, the old-timers, the true titans of the net and the keepers of its collective history. They were around when the net consisted of a couple of computers tied together with baling wire. Lurkers. Actually, you can't tell these people are there, but they are. Fire the folks who read a news group but never post or respond. Wizards. People who know a particular net-related topic inside and out. Unix wizards can perform amazing tricks with that operating system. For example, net saints, always willing to help a newcomer, eager to share their knowledge with those not born with an innate ability to navigate the net. They are not as rare as you might think. Post a question about something and you'll often be surprised how many responses you get. The last group brings us back to the net's oral tradition, with few written guides. People have traditionally learned their way around the net by asking somebody, whether at the terminal next to them or on the net itself. That tradition continues. If you have a question, ask. Today, one of the places you can look for help is in the news Moosers Questions news group, which, as its name suggests, is a place to learn more about Usenet. But be careful what you post. Some of the Usenet wizards there get cranky sometimes when they have to answer the same question over and over again. Oh, they'll eventually answer your question, but not before they tell you should have asked your host system administrator first or looked at the postings in news. Announce. Moosers. 4. 2. Kill files. The cure for what ails you. As you keep reading Usenet, you are going to run across things or people that really drive you nuts, or that you just get tired of seeing. Kill files are just the thing for you. When you start your newsreader, it checks to see if you have any lists of words, phrases, or names you don't want to see. If you do, then it blanks out any messages containing those words, such as cascades, as you saw earlier, when you post a reply to a message and include parts of that message. The original lines show up within front of them. Well, what if you reply to a reply? Then you get A in front of the line. And if you reply to that reply, you get. Keep this up, and soon you get a triangle of S building up in your message. There are people who like building up these triangles, or cascades. File respond to your message by deleting everything you've said, leaving only the in message 123,435. You said part and the last line of your message, to which they add a nonsensical retort. On and on they go, until the triangle has reached the right end of the page. Then they try to expand the triangle by deleting one with each new line. Whoever gets to finish this mega triangle wins. There is even a news group just for such folks. Alt. Cascade. Unfortunately, cascaders would generally rather cascade in other news groups. Because it takes a lot of messages to build up a completed cascade, the targeted news group soon fills up with these messages. Of course, if you complain, you'll be bombarded with messages about the First Amendment and artistic expression, or worse, with another cascade. The only thing you can do is ignore them by setting up a kill file. There are also certain news groups where kill files will come in handy because of the way the news groups are organized. For example, readers of rec, arts, television. Soaps always use an acronym in their subject line for the show they're writing about Amma. For example, for all my children. This way, people who only want to read about one life to live can blank out all the messages about the young and the restless and all the others to keep people from accidentally screening out messages that might contain the letters in them. General Hospital viewers always use in their subject lines. Both NANRAN let you create kill files, but in different ways. To create a kill file go into the news group with the offending messages and type a capital K. You'll see this at the bottom of your screen. Auto K ill or S elect kill subject 30 days if you hit return. We'll ask you which article's subject you're tired of. Choose one and the article and any follow-ups will disappear, and you won't see them again for 30 days. If you type a lowercase k instead, you'll get this. Auto kill on S object or an AMS if you hit your S key or just enter. You'll see this. Kill subject. Type in the name of the offending word or phrase and hit enter. You'll then be prompted. Kill in G group if. Test ordinal groups G except that the name of the group you see will be the one you're actually in at the moment. Because cascaders and other annoying people often cross-post their messages to a wide range of news groups, you might consider hitting A instead of G. Next comes lifetime of entry in days P permanent 30. The P key will screen out the offending articles forever, while hitting enter will do it for 30 days. You can also type in a number of days for the blocking. Creating kill files in Rune works differently. Its default kill file generator only works for messages in specific groups, rather than globally for your entire newsgroup list. To create a global kill file, you'll have to write one yourself. To create a kill file in Rune, go into the newsgroup where the offending messages are and type in its number so you get it on your screen. Type a capital K. From now on, any message with that subject line will disappear before you read the group. You should probably choose a reply rather than the original message, so that you will get all of the follow-ups the original message won't have array in its subject line. The next time you call up that news group, Rune will tell you it's killing messages. When it's done, hit the space bar to go back into reading mode. To create a global kill file that will automatically wipe out articles in all groups you read. Start. This will start your whatever text editor you have as your default on your host system and create a file called kill in your news subdirectory on the first line. You'll type in the word, phrase, or name you don't want to see, followed by commands that tell Wern whether to search an entire message for the word or name, and then what to do when it finds it. Each line must be in this form a pattern modifier. J. Pattern is the word or phrase you want Wern to look for. It's case insensitive. Both test and test will be knocked out. The modifier tells Wern whether to limit its search to message headers, which can be useful when the object is to never see messages from a particular person. A. Looks through an entire message. H. Looks just at the header. You can leave out the modifier command, in which case Wern will look only at the subject line of messages. The J at the end tells Wern to screen out all articles with the offending word. So if you never want to see the word foo in any header ever again, type this, foo, J. This is particularly useful for getting rid of articles from people who post in more than one news group, such as cascaders. Since an article's news group name is always in the header, if you just want to block messages with a subject line about cascades, you could try foo, J. To kill anything that is a follow-up to any article, use this pattern. Subject, re. J. When done writing lines for each phrase to screen, exit the text editor as you normally would, and you'll be put back in Wern. One word of caution: go easy on the global kill file. An extensive global kill file, or one that makes frequent use of the L modifier, can dramatically slow down Wern, since the system will now have to look at every single word in every single message in all the news groups you want to read. If there's a particular person whose posts you never want to see again, first find his or her address, which will be in the from line of his postings, and then write a line in your kill file like this: from name address all J4 3. Some Usenet hints. Case counts in Unix. Most of the time. Many Unix commands, including many of those used for reading Usenet articles, are case sensitive. Hit a D when you meant a D, and either nothing will happen, or something completely different from what you expected will happen. So watch that case. You can get help most of the time by typing a question mark. The exception is when you are writing your own message, because then you are inside the text processing program. In Wern, type a lowercase h at any prompt to get some online help when you're searching for a particular news group, whether through the L command in Wern or with ngroup form. You sometimes may have to try several keywords. For example, there is a news group dedicated to the Grateful Dead, but you'd never find it if you tried. Say, L Grateful Dead, because the name is rec, music, deed. In general, try the smallest possible part of the word or discussion you're looking for. For example, use Trek to find news groups about Star Trek. If one word doesn't produce anything, try another. 4. The brain tumor boy, the modem tax, and the chain letter. Like the rest of the world, Usenet has its share of urban legends and questionable activities. There are 3 in particular that plague the network. Spend more than 15 minutes within Usenet, and you're sure to run into the brain tumor boy, the plot by the evil to tax your modem, and Dave Rhodes' miracle cure for poverty. For the record, here's the story on all of them. There once was a 7-year-old boy in England named Craig Shergold, who was diagnosed with a seemingly incurable brain tumor. As he lay dying, he wished only to have friends send him postcards. The local newspapers got a hold of the tear-jerking story. Soon, the boy's wish had changed. He now wanted to get into the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest postcard collection. Word spread around the world. People by the millions sent him postcards. Miraculously, the boy lived. An American billionaire even flew him to the U.S. for surgery to remove what remained of the tumor, and his wish succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. He made the Guinness Book of World Records. but with Craig now well into his teens, his dream has turned into a nightmare for the post office in the small town outside London where he lives. Like Craig himself, his request for cards just refuses to die, inundating the post office with millions of cards every year, just when it seems like the flow is slowing. Along comes somebody else who starts up a whole new slew of requests for people to send Craig postcards or greeting cards or business cards. Craig letters have truly taken on a life of their own and begun to mutate. Even dear Abby has been powerless to make it stop. What does any of this have to do with the net? The Craig letter seems to pop up on Usenet as often as it does on cork boards at major corporations. No matter how many times somebody like Gene Spafford posts periodic messages, to ignore them or spend your money on something more sensible, a donation to the local Red Cross. Say, somebody manages to post a letter asking readers to send cards to poor little Craig. Don't send any cards to the Federal Communications Commission. Either, in 1987, they've considered removing a tax break it had granted CompuServe and other large commercial computer networks for use of the national phone system. They've quickly reconsidered after alarmed users of bulletin board systems bombarded it with complaints about this modem tax. Now, every couple of months, somebody posts an urgent message warning net users that the is about to impose a modem tax. This is not true. The way you can tell if you're dealing with the hoax story is simple. It always mentions an incident in which a talk show host on co-radio in San Francisco becomes outraged on the air when he reads a story about the tax in the New York Times. Another way to tell it's not true is that it never mentions a specific docket number or closing date for comments. Save that letter to your congressman for something else. Sooner or later, you're going to run into a message titled "Make Money Fast." It's your basic chain letter. The Usenet version is always about some guy named Dave Rhodes who was on the verge of death, or something, when he discovered a perfectly legal way to make tons of money by posting a chain letter on computer systems around the world. Yeah, right. 4, 5. Big SIG. There are SIGs and there are SIGs. Many people put only bare bones information in there. SIG files. Their names and email addresses. Perhaps their phone numbers. Others add a quotation they think is funny or profound and a disclaimer that their views are not those of their employer. Still others add some ASCII art graphics. And then there are those who go totally berserk, posting huge creations with multiple quotes, hideous ASCII barfix, and more email addresses than anybody could humanly need. College freshmen unleashed on the net seem to excel at these. You can see the best of the worst in the fan warlord news group, which exists solely to critique SIGs that go too far, such as THEMEGABIG, SIGCOMPANY, annoying people with huge net signatures for over 20 years. The difference between a net idiot and a bucket of shit is that at least a bucket can be emptied. Let me further illustrate my point by comparing these charts here. Pulls out charts here we have a user who not only flames people who don't agree with his narrow-minded drivel, but he has this huge signature that takes up many pages with useless quotes. This also makes reading his frequented news groups a torture akin to having a 300 baud modem on a VAX. I might also add that his contribution to society rivals only toxic dump sites. Robert Dumpstick, your president of the Mega Big Sig Company, September 13th, 1990 at 4:15 during his speech at the Net Abusers Society luncheon during the 1990 Net Idiots Annual Convention. Thomas Babbitt, fifth assistant to the vice president of sales, Digital Widget Manufacturing Company, 1147 Complex Incorporated Drive Suite 215 Nostromo, the 22,551,147 Inc. 17 Enterpoop ship. Phone 804 2525. Fax 804 411 1115 Shut Up. Wesley. Online service 804 411 1100. Me at 302,400. And now 9,600 baud. Punit. Ab. Digwig. Nostromo home address. Internet. Vader Imperial. Imp. Com Thomas Babbitt. E-Prodigy. Still awaiting author 104 Lose Your Wayization Sulico. The 22,545 Manufacturing Educational Widget Phone 804 555 1524 Design for over 3 years. Introducing the Atelt 1. Fiftimegs Online. The Xerolds for Rad Teens. Lots of games and many bases for call topics. Call now and be validated to the Metelt Zone. 804 555 8500. This is the end, my friend. The Doors. Hit B to continue. Ha. Fooled you. 4. 6. The First Amendment as local ordinance. U.S. international reach raises interesting legal questions that have yet to be fully resolved. Can a discussion or posting that is legal in one country be transmitted to a country where it is against the law? Does the posting even become illegal when it reaches the border? And what if that country is the only path to a third country where the message is legal as well? Several foreign colleges and other institutions have cut off feeds of certain news groups where Americans post what is in the U.S. perfectly legal discussions of drugs or alternative sexual practices, even in the U.S. Some universities have discontinued certain news groups their administrators find offensive. Again, usually in the alt hierarchy. An interesting example of this sort of question happened in 1993, when a Canadian court issued a gag order on Canadian reporters covering a particularly controversial murder case. Americans, not bound by the gag order, began posting accounts of the trial, which any Canadian with a net account could promptly read. 4. 7. Usenet history. In the late 1970s, Unix developers came up with a new feature, a system to allow Unix computers to exchange data over phone lines. In 1979, two graduate students at Duke University in North Carolina, Tom Truscott and Jim Ellis, came up with the idea of using this system, known as USP for Unix to Unix copy, to distribute information of interest to people in the Unix community, along with Steve Bellavin, a graduate student at the University of North Carolina, and Steve Daniel. They wrote conferencing software and linked together computers at Duke and UNC. Word quickly spread, and by 1981, a graduate student at Berkeley, Mark Horton, and a nearby high school student, Matt Glickman, had released a new version that added more features and was able to handle larger volumes of postings. The original North Carolina program was meant for only a few articles in a news group each day. Today, Usenet connects tens of thousands of sites around the world, from mainframes to Amigas, with more than 3.0 news groups and untold thousands of readers. It is perhaps the world's largest computer network. 4. 8. When things go wrong. When you start up Run, you get a warning that bogus news groups are present. Within a couple of minutes, you'll be asked whether to keep these or delete them. Delete them. Bogus news groups are news groups that your system administrator or somebody else has determined are no longer needed. While in a news group in Run, you get a message, skipping unavailable article. This is usually an article that somebody posted and then decided to cancel. You upload a text file to your Unix host system for use in a Usenet message or email, and when you or your recipient reads the file, every line ends with a m. This happens because Unix handles line endings differently than MS, DOS, or Macintosh computers. Most Unix systems have programs to convert incoming files from other computers. To use it, upload your file and then, at your command line, type DOS-Twownix filename, or Mac-Twownix filename depending on which kind of computer you are using and where filename is the name of the file you've just uploaded. A similar program can prepare text files for downloading to your computer. For example, Unixtwodos filename or Unixtromic filename will ensure that a text file you are about to get will not come out looking odd on your computer. 4. 9. Phi. Lynn Phillips periodically posts a list of frequently asked questions and answers about use of the run-kill file function in the news. Moosers. Questions and news. Answers news groups on Usenet. Bill Wohler posts a guide to using the newsreader in the news. Answers and news. Software news groups. Look in the news. Announce. Moosers and news. Groups news groups on Usenet for a guide to social news groups and mailing lists, which gives brief summaries of the various sec. News groups. Managing USP and Usenet. By Tim Orley and Grace Todino Orley and Associates. 1992 is a good guide for setting up your own Usenet system. Chapter 5. Mailing lists and Bitnet. 5. 1. Internet mailing lists. Usenet is not the only forum on the net. Scores of mailing lists represent another way to interact with other net users. Unlike Usenet messages, which are stored in one central location on your host system's computer, mailing list messages are delivered right to your email box. Unlike Usenet messages, you have to ask for permission to join a mailing list. Unlike Usenet, where your message is distributed to the world, on a mailing list, you send your messages to a central moderator, who either remails it to the other people on the list or uses it to compile a periodic digest mailed to subscribers. Given the number of news groups, why would anybody bother with a mailing list? Even on Usenet, there are some topics that just might not generate enough interest for a news group. For example, the Queen list, which is all about the late Freddie Mercury's band. And because a moderator decides who can participate, a mailing list can offer a degree of freedom to speak one's mind or not worry about net weenies that is not necessarily possible on Usenet. Several groups offer anonymous postings. Only the moderator knows the real names of people who contribute. Examples include Twelfth, where people enrolled in such programs as Alcoholics Anonymous can discuss their experiences, and Sappho, a list limited to gay and bisexual women. You can find mailing addresses and descriptions of these lists in the news. Announce. Mooser's news group with the subject of publicly accessible mailing lists. Mailing lists now number in the hundreds. So this posting is divided into 3 parts. If you find a list to which you want to subscribe, send an email message to list request address, where list is the name of the mailing list and address is the moderator's email address, asking to be added to the list. Include your full email address just in case something happens to your message's header along the way, and ask, if you're accepted, for the address to mail messages to the list. 5. 2. Bitnet. As if Usenet and mailing lists were not enough, there are Bitnet discussion groups or lists. Bitnet is an international network linking colleges and universities, but it uses a different set of technical protocols for distributing information from the Internet. It offers hundreds of discussion groups, comparable in scope to Usenet news groups. One of the major differences is the way messages are distributed. Bitnet messages are sent to your mailbox, just as with a mailing list. However, where mailing lists are often maintained by a person, all Bitnet discussion groups are automated. You subscribe to them through messages to a list server computer. This is a kind of robot moderator that controls distribution of messages on the list. In many cases, it also maintains indexes and archives of past postings in a given discussion group, which can be handy if you want to get up to speed with a discussion or just search for some information related to it. Many Bitnet discussion groups are now translated into Usenet form and carried through Usenet in the bit listserv hierarchy. In general, it's probably better to read messages through Usenet if you can. It saves some storage space on your host system's hard drives. If 50 people subscribe to the same Bitnet list, that means 50 copies of each message get stored on the system. Whereas if 50 people read a Usenet message, that's still only one message that needs storage on the system. It can also save your sanity if the discussion group generates large numbers of messages. Think of opening your email box one day to find 200 messages in it. 199 of them from a discussion group, and one of them a real email message that's important to you. Subscribing and canceling subscriptions is done through an email message to the list server computer. For addressing, all list servers are known as listserv yep at some Bitnet address. This means you will have to add Bitnet to the end of the address. If it's in a form like this, listserv meamu. For example, if you have an interest in environmental issues, you might want to subscribe to the ICANT discussion group. To subscribe, send an email message to listserv meamu, Bitnet. Some Bitnet list servers are also connected to the Internet. So if you see a list server address ending in edu, you can email the list server without adding Bitnet to the end. Always leave the subject line blank in a message to a list server. Inside the message, you tell the list server what you want with a series of simple commands. Subscribe group your name to subscribe to a list, where group is the list name and your name is your full name. For example, subscribe account Henry Fielding unsubscribe group your name to discontinue a group. For example, unsubscribe account Henry Fielding list global. This sends you a list of all available Bitnet discussion groups. But be careful, the list is very long. GetRefCard sends you a list of other commands you can use with a list server, such as commands for retrieving past postings from a discussion group. Each of these commands goes on a separate line in your message, and you can use one or all of them. If you want to get a list of all Bitnet discussion groups, send email to listserv Bitnet, edu, leave the subject line blank and use the list global command. When you subscribe to a Bitnet group, there are two important differences from Usenet. First, when you want to post a message for others to read in the discussion group, you send a message to the group name at its Bitnet address. Using ICANT as an example, you would mail the message to ICANT meamu, Bitnet. Note that this is different from the listserv address you used to subscribe to the group to begin with. Use the listserv address only to subscribe to or unsubscribe from a discussion group. If you use the discussion group address to try to subscribe or unsubscribe, your message will go out to every other subscriber, many of whom will think unkind thoughts, which they may share with you in an email message. The second difference relates to sending an email message to the author of a particular posting. Usenet newsreaders such as Wern and let you do this with one key, but if you hit your key to respond to a discussion group message, your message will go to the list server, and from there to everybody else on the list. This can prove embarrassing to you and annoying to others. To make sure your message goes just to the person who wrote the posting, take down his email address from the posting and then compose a brand new message. Remember, also, that if you see any mail address like Isiandim's, it's a bitnet address. 2 bitnet lists will prove helpful for delving further into the network. New list tells you the names of new discussion groups. To subscribe, send a message to listserv submon bitnet. Sub new list your name infinites is the place to go when you have questions about bitnet. It is also first rate for help on questions about all major computer networks and how to reach them. To subscribe, send email to info.netsrequestthink.com. Sub infinites your name. Both of these lists are also available on Usenet. The former as bit, listserv, new list. The latter as bit, listserv, infinites sometimes bit, listserv, infonets. Chapter 6. Telnet. 6. 1. Mining the net. Like any large community, cyberspace has its libraries, places you can go to look up information or take out a good book. Telnet is one of your keys to these libraries. Telnet is a program that lets you use the power of the Internet to connect you to databases, library catalogs, and other information resources around the world. Want to see what the weather's like in Vermont? Check on crop conditions in Azerbaijan. Get more information about somebody whose name you've seen online. Telnet lets you do this. And more. Alas, there's a big but. Unlike the phone system, Internet is not yet universal. Not everybody can use all of its services. Almost all colleges and universities on the Internet provide Telnet access. So do all of the for-fee public access systems listed in Chapter 1. But the free net systems do not give you access to every Telnet system. And if you are using a public access OOSP or Usenet site, you will not have access to Telnet. The main reason for this is cost. Connecting to the Internet can easily cost $0 or more for a leased high-speed phone line. Some databases and file libraries can be queried by email. However, we'll show you how to do that later on. In the meantime, the rest of this chapter assumes you are connected to a site with at least partial Internet access. Most Telnet sites are fairly easy to use and have online help systems. Most also work best, and in some cases, only with Tone 100 emulation. Let's dive right in and try one. At your host system's command line, type Telnet access. Use sask.ca and hit enter. That's all you have to do to connect to a Telnet site. In this case, you'll be connecting to a service known as Heidelnet, which is a database of computerized library catalogs and other databases available through Telnet. You should see something like this. Trying 128, 233, 3, 1. Connected to access. Use sask.ca. Escape character is Ultrix Unix access. Use sask.ca login. Every Telnet site has 2 addresses. One composed of words that are easier for people to remember. The other a numerical address better suited for computers. The escape character is good to remember. When all else fails, hitting your control key and the key at the same time will disconnect you and return you to your host system. At the login prompt, type Heidelnet and hit enter. You'll see something like this. Welcome to Heidelnet, version 6. 2. What is Heidelnet? Up-down arrows move library catalogs. Left to right arrows select other resources. For help anytime help files for catalogs. Catalog interfaces. And returns here Internet glossary. Q quits Telnet tips. Telnet 3270 escape keys escape. Keystroke commands help. Next. Heidelnet 6. 2 was written by Peter Scott. U of Saskatchewan Libraries. Saskatoon, Sask, Canada. 1992 Unix. And software by Earl Fogel. Computing Services. U of S 1992, the first choice, will be highlighted. Use your down and up arrows to move the cursor among the choices. Hit enter when you decide on one. You'll get another menu, which in turn will bring up text files telling you how to connect to sites and giving any special commands or instructions you might need. TitleNet does have one quirk: to move back to where you started, for example, from a submenu to a main menu. Hit the left arrow key on your computer. Play with the system. You might want to turn on your computer's screen capture, or at the very least, get out a pen and paper. You're bound to run across some interesting Telnet services that you'll want to try, and you'll need their Telnet addresses. As you move around TitleNet, it may seem as if you haven't left your host system. Telnet can work that quickly, occasionally, when network loads are heavy. However, you will notice a delay between the time you type a command or enter a request and the time the remote service responds. To disconnect from TitleNet and return to your system, hit your Q key and enter. Some Telnet computers are set up so that you can only access them through a specific port. In those cases, you'll always see a number after their name. For example, India, Colorado, Edu 13. It's important to include that number, because otherwise you may not get in. In fact, try the above address, type Telnet India, Colorado, Edu 13 and hit enter. You should see something like this. Trying 128, 138, 140, 44, followed very quickly by this. Telnet India, Colorado, Edu 13 escape, Sunjan 1714, 11. 41 1994 connection closed by foreign host. What we want is the middle line, which tells you the exact Mountain Standard Time, as determined by a government-run atomic clock in Boulder. Colo 6. 2. Library catalogs. Several hundred libraries around the world, from the Snohomish Public Library in Washington State to the Library of Congress, are now available to you through Telnet. You can use TitleNet to find their names, Telnet addresses, and use instructions. Why would you want to browse a library you can't physically get to? Many libraries share books, so if yours doesn't have what you are looking for, you can tell the librarian where he or she can get it. Or if you live in an area where the libraries are not yet online, you can use Telnet to do some basic bibliographic research before you head down to the local branch. There are several different database programs in use by online libraries. Harvard's is one of the easier ones to use. So let's try it. Telnet to Hollis. Harvard. Edu. When you connect, you'll see HARVARDUNIVRSITY. Office for Information Technology. VRI Hollis Harvard Online Library System TAS Hubs Harvard University Basic Services U Information Utility. To select one of the applications above, type its name on the command line followed by your user ID and press return. Hollis does not require user ID examples. Hollis press return or Hubs user ID press return. Type Hollis and hit enter. You will see several screens flash by quickly until finally the system stops and you'll get this. Welcome to Hollis, Harvard Online Library Information System. To begin, type one of the two-character database codes listed below. Who Union Catalog of the Harvard Libraries, our catalog of older Widener materials, guide to Harvard Libraries, and computing resources. I expanded academic index selective 1987 1988. Full 1989 legal resource index 1980 Papes International 1985 to change databases from any place in Hollis. Type choose followed by a two-character database code, as in choose who, for general help in using Hollis. type help. For Hollis News, type help news. For Hollis hours of operation, type help hours. Always press the enter or return key after typing your command. The first thing to notice is the name of the system, Hollis. Librarians around the world seem to be inordinately fond of cutesy, anthropomorphized acronyms for their machines not far from Harvard. The librarians at Brandeis University came up with Library Online User Information Service, or LUIS. It has Barton. If you want to do some general browsing, probably the best bet on the Harvard system is to choose Who, which gets you access to their main holdings, including those of its medical libraries. Choose that, and you'll see this: the Harvard University Library Union Catalog. To begin a search, select a search option from the list below and type its code on the command line. Use either upper or lowercase. O author search, T title search, SU subject search, Me medical subject search, keyword search, options call number search, options other search, options for information on the contents of the Union Catalog. Type help. To exit the Union Catalog, type quit. A search can be entered on the command line of any screen. Always press the enter or return key after typing your command. Say you want to see if Harvard has shed the starchy legacy of the Puritans, who founded the school. Why not see if they have the joy of sex somewhere in their stacks? Type T joy of sex and hit enter. This comes up. Who? Your search retrieved no items. Enter new command or help. You type T joy of sex. Always press the enter or return key after typing your command. Options. Find start search options help quit exit database command. Oh, well, do they have anything that mentions sex in the title? Try another T search, but this time just T sex. You get Who guide. Summary of search results: 2,086 items retrieved by your search. Find T sex. 1. Sex. 2. Sexa. 823. Sexa. 827. Sexpo. 831. Ses. 833. Sexter. 834. Sigs. 879. Sexy. 928. Sexja. 929. Sexel. 930. Sexo. 965. Sexby. 968. Sext. 1280. Sexua. 2084. Sexwa. 2085. Sexy. Options. Index or I5 etc. to see list of items help start search options redo edit search quit exit database command. If you want to get more information on the first line, type 1 and hit enter. Who index. List of items retrieved: 2,086 items retrieved by your search. Find T-sex. Sex. 1 Geddes Patrick Sir 1854 1932 1914 Sexa Z. 2 Goldenson Robert M 1987 Sex Abuse Hysteria Salem Witch Trials Revisited. 3 Gardner Richard 1991 Sex Otates Monday English and Irish. 4 Irish Sex Otates Monday 1983 Sex After 60 A Guide for Men and Women for Their Later Years. 5 Butler Robert and 1927 1976 Continues. Options. Display 1 or D5 etc. to see a record help guide more next page. Start search options redo edit search quit exit database command. Most library systems give you a way to log off and return to your host system. On Hollis, hit escape followed by XX. One particularly interesting system is the one run by the Colorado Alliance of Research Libraries. which maintains databases for libraries throughout Colorado, the West, and even in Boston. Telnet Pack, Carl.org. Follow the simple login instructions. When you get a menu, type 72 even though that is not listed, which takes you to the Pikes Peak Library District, which serves the city of Colorado Springs. Several years ago, its librarians realized they could use their database program not just for books but for cataloging city records and community information as well. Today, if you want to look up municipal ordinances or city records, you only have to type in the word you're looking for and you'll get back cites of the relevant laws or decisions. Carl will also connect you to the University of Hawaii Library, which, like the one in Colorado Springs, has more than just bibliographic material online. One of its features is an online Hawaiian almanac that can tell you everything you ever wanted to know about Hawaiians, including the number injured in boogie board accidents each year. 7. 6. 3. Some interesting Telnet sites. Agriculture. Penpage, run by Pennsylvania State University's College of Agricultural Sciences, provides weekly world weather and crop reports from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. These reports detail everything from the effect of the weather on palm trees in Malaysia to the state of the Ukrainian wheat crop. Reports from Pennsylvania Country Extension officers offer tips for improving farm life. One database lists Pennsylvania hay distributors by county and rates the quality of their hay. The service lets you search for information 2 different ways. A menu system gives you quick access to reports that change frequently, such as the weekly crop weather reports. An index system lets you search through several thousand online documents by keyword. At the main menu, you can either browse through an online manual or choose Penpage, which puts you into the agriculture system. Telnet, Supin, Su, Edu username, your 2-letter state code or World, California State University's Advanced Technology Information Network provides similar information as Penpage, only focusing on California crops. It also maintains lists of upcoming California trade shows and carries updates on biotechnology. Telnet, Catixif, Katie, Safresno, Edu login. Public. You will then be asked to register and will be given a username and password. Hit it at the main menu for agricultural information. Hit D to call up a menu that includes a bi-weekly biotechnology report. AIDS. The University of Miami maintains a database of AIDS health providers in southern Florida. Telnet, Calcut, Med Miami, Edu login, library at the main menu. Select P for AIDS providers and you will be able to search for doctors, hospitals, and other providers that care for patients with AIDS. You can also search by specialty. See also under Conversation and Health. Amateur radio. The National Ham Radio call sign CalBook lets you search for American amateur operators by CalZIN, city, last name, or zip code. A successful search will give you the ham's name, address, CalZIN, age, type of license, and when he or she got it. Telnet, CalZIN, Buffalo, Edu 2000 or ham, JIT, Edu 2000. When you connect, you tell the system how you want to search and what you're looking for. For example, if you want to search for hams by city, you would type city name and hit enter. For example, city Kankakee. Other search choices are call, after which you would type a ham's name, and zip, which you would follow with a zip code. Be careful when searching for hams in a large city. There doesn't seem to be any way to shut off the list once it starts except by using Control. Otherwise, when done, type quit and hit enter to disconnect. Animals. See under Health. Calculators. Hewlett-Packard maintains a free service on which you can seek advice about their line of calculators. Telnet, Apples. No login is needed. Chemistry. The electronic periodic table of the elements draws the table on your screen and then lets you look up various properties of individual elements. Telnet. Camstwo. Kaz. Kun. No password needed. Congress. The Library of Congress Information Service lets you search current and past legislation dating to 1982. Telnet. Losis. Look. Gov password. None needed. When you connect, you'll get a main menu that lets you select from several databases, including the Library of Congress card catalog with book entries dating to 1978 and a database of information on copyright laws. For the Congressional database, select the number next to its entry and hit Enter. You'll then be asked to choose which legislative year to search. After that, a menu similar to this will come up. Cone 103, the Legislative Information File for the 103rd Congress, which was updated on 5/10/93 and contains 44 records, is now available for your search. Currency. All information is not current through the above date, which is machine generated when any information is added to the file. Bill numbers, official titles, sponsors, and status step added within 48 hours. Indexing terms and digests added later. In some cases, several weeks after the bill is added to the file. To start, retrieve to find. Examples. Search. Member name. Retrieve Rep. Gingrich. Retrieve Send Kennedy bill number. Retrieve H. R. 1 subject keywords. Retrieve Day Care for Help. Type the word help and press the Enter key. Ready for new command. Conversation. Communications Canada. A Canadian government agency is developing conversational hypertext access technology. Chat is a system being developed by Communications Canada to provide easy database access to people with little or no computer experience, using what are known as hypertext links. Instead of cryptic computer commands, users type questions in English. Telnet. Deborah. Doc. Login. Chat. You choose one of the 3 databases now online. One on AIDS, and then ask questions in English. Ask the AIDS database. When was AIDS first discovered? And it answers. The first case of AIDS in North America was diagnosed in 1979. Before that, it existed in Africa, probably beginning in the 1950s. AIDS was discovered in North America when a number of young men with a history of homosexuality developed a rare type of cancer called Kaposi's sarcoma. Sometimes you do have to rephrase your question. For example, when asked what is the link between AIDS and drug use, the computer responds, I know 2 things about drugs: the drugs that are used to treat people with AIDS, and the risks that drug users have in getting AIDS. Please ask about treatments or drug users. Copyright law. See under Congress. Current events. Every year, the CIA publishes a fact book that is essentially an almanac of all the world's countries and international organizations, including such information as major products, type of government, and names of its leaders. It's available for searching through the University of Maryland Info database. Telnet. Info. Edu. Choose a terminal type and hit Enter, or just hit Enter if you are using Phone 100. At the main menu, choose the number next to Educational Resources. Then select the number next to International, followed by Fact. You can then search by country or agency. This site also maintains copies of the U.S. budget, documents related to the North American Free Trade Agreement, and other government initiatives. At the Educational Resources menu, select the number next to United States and then the one next to Government. The Access Legislative Information Service lets you browse through and look up bills before the Hawaiian legislature. Telnet. Access, Aka, Hawaii, Edu environment. Envirolink is a large database and conference system about the environment, based in Pittsburgh. Telnet, Envirolink, org log on, go for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency maintains online databases of materials related to hazardous waste. The Clean Lakes Program and cleanup efforts in New England. The agency plans to eventually include cleanup work in other regions. As well, the database is actually a computerized card catalog of IPA documents. You can look the documents up, but you'll still have to visit your regional IPA office to see them. Telnet, APAB, Arctic, IPA. No password or username is needed. At the main menu, type public and hit enter. There are other listed choices, but they are only for use by IPA employees. You'll then see a one-line menu, typos, and hit enter, and you'll see something like this. Net 106 login to Ziffer in progress. Databases and National Catalog Chemical Call. System H hazardous waste 1 region IL Clean Lakes. Other options. Help. QQuit. Enter selection. Choose one and you'll get a menu that lets you search by document title, keyword, year of publication or corporation. After you enter the search word and hit enter, you'll be told how many matches were found. Hit 1 and then enter to see a list of the entries. To view the bibliographic record for a specific entry, hit V and enter, and then type the number of the record. The University of Michigan maintains a database of newspaper and magazine articles related to the environment, with the emphasis on Michigan, dating back to 1980. Telnet, Hermes, Merit, Edu host. Merlin login, Meme geography. The University of Michigan Geographic Name Server can provide basic information, such as population, latitude and longitude of U.S. cities and many mountains, rivers and other geographic features. Telnet, Martini, X, UMIC, Edu 3000. No password or username is needed. Type in the name of a city, a zip code or a geographic feature, and hit enter. The system doesn't like names with abbreviations in them, for example, Mount McKinley. So spell them out, for example, Mount McKinley, by typing in a town's name or zip code. You can find out a community's county, zip code and longitude and latitude. Not all geographic features are yet included in the database. Government. The National Technical Information Service runs a system that not only provides huge numbers of federal documents of all sorts, from environmental fact sheets to patent abstract, but serves as a gateway to dozens of other federal information systems. Telnet, FedWorld, GovLog on as. New see also under Congress and current events. Health. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration runs a database of health-related information. Telnet, Stabs, Sto, GovLogin. You'll then be asked for your name and a password you want to use in the future. After that, type topics and hit enter. You'll see this. Topics description. News releases enforcement report approvals, drug and device product approvals, list centers for devices and radiological health bulletins, bulletin text from drug bulletin, AIDS current information on AIDS consumer, for consumer magazine index, and selected articles, subreg to Federal Register summaries by subject answers summaries. It's probably a good idea, however, to capture a copy of the manual first, because the way searching works on the system is a little odd. To capture a copy, type manual and hit enter, then type scan and hit enter. You'll see this. For list of available topics, type topics, or enter the topic you desire manual. SUSER 8 Oct 91. 1's user manual at this point. Turn on your own computer's screen capture or logging function and hit your 1 key and then enter. The manual will begin to scroll on your screen, pausing every 24 lines. Hiring and college program information. The Federal Information Exchange in Gaithersburg runs 2 systems at the same address. FedEx and Moelis. FedEx offers research, scholarship and service information for several federal agencies, including NASA, the Department of Energy, and the Federal Aviation Administration. Several more federal agencies provide minority hiring and scholarship information. Moelis provides information about minority colleges, their programs and professors. Telnet. FedEx. Fee. Com username. FedEx for the Federal Hiring Database or Moelis for the Minority College System. Both use easy menus to get you to information. History. Stanford University maintains a database of documents related to Martin Luther King. Telnet. Forcifit. Stanford. Edu account. Socrates at the main menu. Type Select Mulk and hit Enter. Ski reports. See under Weather. Space. NASA Spacelink in Huntsville. ALLO provides all sorts of reports and data about NASA, its history and its various missions, past and present. You'll find detailed reports on every single probe, satellite, and mission NASA has ever launched, along with daily updates and lesson plans for teachers. The system maintains a large file library of GIF format space graphics, but you can't download these through Telnet. If you want them, you have to dial the system directly at 205 800 and 9528. Telnet. Spacelink. SK. NASA. Gov. When you connect, you'll be given an overview of the system and asked to register and choose a password. The NED-NASA-PAC Extragalactic Database lists data on more than 100 galaxies, quasars, and other objects outside the Milky Way. Telnet. APAC. Caltech. Edu. Log in. NED. You can learn more than you ever wanted to about quasars, nova, and related objects on a system run by the Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory in Cambridge. Mass. Telnet. FAT 104. Harvard. Edu. Log in. Enlin, the physics department at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, runs a bulletin board system that provides extensive conferences and document libraries related to space. Telnet. SpaceMet. FAST. UMass. Edu. Log on with your name and a password. Supreme Court decisions. The University of Maryland Info Database maintains U.S. Supreme Court decisions from 1991 on. Telnet. Info. Edu. Choose a terminal type and hit Enter, or just hit Enter if you are using Phone 100. At the main menu, choose the number next to Educational Resources and hit Enter. One of your options will then be for United States. Select that number and then, at the next menu, choose the one next to Supreme Court. Telnet. TitleNet. At the University of Saskatchewan is an online guide to hundreds of Telnet sites around the world. Telnet. Access. USask. Log in. TitleNet time. To find out the exact time. Telnet. India. Colorado. Edu 13. You'll see something like this. Escape character is Sonopra 514. 11. 41 1992 connection closed by foreign host. The middle line tells you the date and exact Mountain Standard Time, as determined by a federal atomic clock. Transportation. The subway navigator in Paris can help you learn how long it will take to get from point A to point B on subway systems around the world. Telnet. Metro. Just you. For 10,000 no login is needed. When you connect, you'll be asked to choose a language in which to search. You can choose English or French and then a city to search. You'll be asked for the station you plan to leave from and the station you want to get to. Weather. The University of Michigan's Department of Atmospheric, Oceanographic, and Space Sciences supplies weather forecasts for U.S. and foreign cities, along with skiing and hurricane reports. Telnet, Madlib, Sproul, UMIC, Edu 3000. Note the 3000. No login name is needed. Also see under Weather in the list for information on downloading satellite and radar weather images. 6. 4. Telnet Bulletin Board Systems. You might think that Usenet, with its hundreds of news groups, would be enough to satisfy the most dedicated of online communicators. But there are a number of bulletin board and other systems that provide even more conferences or other services, many not found directly on the net. Some are free, others charge for access. They include Bookstacks Unlimited is a Cleveland bookstore that uses the internet to advertise its services. Its online system features not only a catalog, however, but conferences on books and literature. Telnet Books. Come log in with your own name and select a password for future connections. Cimarron, run by the Instituto Técnico in Monterrey, Mexico. This system has Spanish conferences, but English commands, as you can see from this menu of available conferences. List of boards name title General Board General Dudas de Cimarron Comentarios al CISIP Música para los Afinados Libros el Sano Art de Leer Sistemas Operativos en General Virus Super Enemigo Cultural Espacio-Cultural de Cimarron Next El Mundo de Next Ciencias Solo Apto para Nerds Inspiration para los románticos y inspirados. Deportes discusiones deportivas to be able to write messages and gain access to files. You have to leave a note to CISIP with your name, address, occupation, and phone number. To do this, at any prompt, hit your M key and then enter, which will bring up the mail system. Hitting H brings up a list of commands and how to use them. Telnet Bugs. T. Item. Ux 8 p.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Only. At the login, prompt, type, and hit enter. Cleveland Free Net, the first of a series of free nets. This represents an ambitious attempt to bring the net to the public. Originally an in-hospital help network, it is now sponsored by Case Western Reserve University, the City of Cleveland, the State of Ohio, and IM. It uses simple menus, similar to those found on CompuServe, but organized like a city. Cleveland Free Net Directory 1, the Administration Building 2, the Post Office 3, Public Square 4, the Courthouse and Government Center 5, the Arts Building 6, Science and Technology Center 7, the Medical Arts Building 8, the Schoolhouse Academy 9, the Community Center and Recreation Area 10, the Business and Industrial Park 11, the Library 12, University. TNUSA Today Headline News. Help. Sexit Free Net. Go Help Extended Help Your Choice. The system has a vast and growing collection of public documents, from copies of U.S. and Ohio Supreme Court decisions to the Magna Carta and the U.S. Constitution. It links residents to various government agencies and has daily stories from USA Today, beyond Usenet found in the teleport area. It has a large collection of local conferences on everything from pets to politics. And yes, it's free. Telnet. Freenet in A. Crew. Edu or Freenet in B. Crew. Edu or Freenet in C. Crew. Edu. When you connect to Freenet, you can look around the system. However, if you want to be able to post messages in its conferences or use email, you will have to apply in writing for an account. Information on this is available when you connect. Dubs. This is a bulletin board system in Delft in the Netherlands. The conferences and files are mostly in Dutch. but the help files and the system commands themselves are in English. Telnet, Tudra, Tudolft, Iscobes, run by the Iowa Student Computer Association. It has more than 100 conferences, including several in foreign languages. After you register, hit K for a list of available conferences and then J to join a particular conference. You have to type in the name of the conference, not the number next to it. Hitting H brings up information about commands. Telnet, ISCA, WOA, edu at the login, prompt, type, and hit enter. Youngstown Free Net. The people who created Cleveland Free Net sell their software to anybody willing to set up a similar system. A number of cities now have their own free nets, including Youngstown, Ohio. Telnet, ISU, edu at the login, prompt, type visitor, and hit enter. 6. 5. Putting the finger on someone. Finger is a handy little program which lets you find out more about people on the net and lets you tell others on the net more about yourself. Finger uses the same concept as Telnet Orth, but it works with only one file, called Plan Yes with a period in front. This is a text file an internet user creates with a text editor in his home directory. You can put your phone number in there, tell a little bit about yourself, or write almost anything at all. To finger somebody else's plan file, type this at the command line. Finger email address, where email address is the person's email address. You'll get back a display that shows the last time the person was online, whether they've gotten any new mail since that time and what, if anything, is in there. Plan file. Some people and institutions have come up with creative uses for these. Plan files, letting you do everything from checking the weather in Massachusetts to getting the latest baseball standings. Try fingering these email addresses. Weather Cirrus, MIT, edu latest National Weather Service weather forecasts for regions in Massachusetts. Quake Joffies, Washington, edu locations and magnitudes of recent earthquakes around the world. Chernick, Berkeley, edu current Major League Baseball standings and results of the previous day's games. Nesinu Space, MIT, edu the day's events at. NASA, Cokes, Moo, edu see how many cans of each type of soda are left in a particular soda machine in the Computer Science Department of Carnegie Mellon University. 6. Finding someone on the net. So you have a friend and you want to find out if he has an internet account to which you can write. The quickest way may be to just pick up the phone, call him and ask him. Although there are a variety of white pages services available on the internet, they are far from complete. College students, users of commercial services such as CompuServe and many internet public access sites, and many others simply want to be listed. Major email providers are working on a universal directory system, but that could be some time away. In the meantime, a couple of white pages services might give you some leads, or even just entertain you as you look up famous people or long-lost acquaintances. The voice directory provides names, email and postal mail address, and often phone numbers for people listed in it. To use it, Telnet to Internet. Net. No logon is needed. The quickest way to use it is to type voice name at the prompt, where name is the last name or organization name you're looking for. Another service worth trying, especially since it seems to give beginners fewer problems, is the Nobit information service reachable by Telnet at info. Henri, Reston, bus 185 again. No logon is needed. This service actually searches through a variety of other white pages systems, including the user directory for McEmail, to look for somebody. Type query name where name is the last name of the person you're looking for. You can get details of other commands by hitting a question mark at the prompt. You can also use the Nobit system by email. Start a message to NetAddressInfo. Henri Reston Voss. You can leave the subject line blank as your message. Type query name for the simplest type of search. If you want details on more complex searches, add another line. Another way to search is via the Usenet name server. This is a system at MIT that keeps track of the email addresses of everybody who posts a Usenet message that appears at MIT. It works by email. Send a message to mail server of MIT. Edu. Leave the subject line blank as your message. Write send Usenet addresses last name where last name is the last name of the person you are looking for. 6. 7. When things go wrong. Nothing happens when you try to connect to a Telnet site. The site could be down for maintenance or problems. You get a host unavailable message. The Telnet site is down for some reason. Try again later. You get a host unknown message. Check your spelling of the site name. You type in a password on a Telnet site that requires one, and you get a login incorrect message. Try logging in again. If you get the message again, hit your Control and keys at the same time to disengage and return to your host system. You can't seem to disconnect from a Telnet site. Use Control to disengage and return to your host system. 6. 8. Phi. The Usenet newsgroups Alt. Internet, services and Alt. Internet can provide pointers to new Telnet systems. Scott Yanoff periodically posts his updated Internet services list in the former. The Alt. Internet Newsgroup is also where you'll find Aidan Idger's compendium of facts related to Internet bulletin board systems. Peter Scott, who maintains the HeitelNet database, runs a mailing list about new Telnet services and changes in existing ones. To get on the list, send him a note at Scott's Club. USask, Cov. Gleason Sackman maintains another mailing list dedicated to new Internet services and news about the new uses to which the net is being put. To subscribe, send a message to listserv Internic. Net. Leave the subject line blank, and as your message, write Subnet Happenings your name. Chapter 7. 7. 1. Tons of files. Hundreds of systems connected to Internet have file libraries or archives accessible to the public. Much of this consists of free or low-cost shareware programs for virtually every make of computer. If you want a different communications program for your IM, or feel like playing a new game on your Amiga, you'll be able to get it from the net. But there are also libraries of documents as well. If you want a copy of a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision, you can find it on the net. Copies of historical documents, from the Magna Carta to the Declaration of Independence, are also yours for the asking, along with a translation of a telegram from Lenin ordering the execution of rebellious peasants. You can also find song lyrics, poems, even summaries of every Lost in Space episode ever made. You can also find extensive files detailing everything you could ever possibly want to know about the net itself. First, you'll see how to get these files. Then we'll show you where they are kept. The commonest way to get these files is through the File Transfer Protocol, or FTP. As with Telnet, not all systems that connect to the net have access to FTP. However, if your system is one of these, you'll be able to get many of these files through email. See the next chapter. Starting FTP is as easy as using Telnet. At your host system's command line, type site name and hit enter, where site name is the address of the site you want to reach. One major difference between Telnet and FTP is that it is considered bad form to connect to most sites during their business hours, generally 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. local time. This is because transferring files across the network takes up considerable computing power. which during the day is likely to be needed for whatever the computer's main function is. There are some sites that are accessible to the public 24 hours a day, though you will find these noted in the list of sites in section 7. 6.7. 2. Your friend Archie. How do you find a file you want? Though, until a few years ago, this could be quite the pain. There was no master directory to tell you where a given file might be stored on the net. Want to slog through hundreds of file libraries looking for something? Alan Emtage. Will Heelan and Peter Deutsch, students at McGill University in Montreal, asked the same question. Unlike the weather, though, they did something about it. They created a database system called Archie that would periodically call up file libraries and basically find out what they had available. In turn, anybody could dial into Archie, type in a file name, and see where on the net it was available. Archie currently catalogs close to 1.0 file libraries around the world. Today, there are 3 ways to ask Archie to find a file for you. Through Telnet, client Archie program on your own host system, or email. All 3 methods let you type in a full or partial file name and will tell you where on the net it's stored. If you have access to Telnet, you can Telnet to one of the following addresses: Archie, McGill, Cov, Archie, Sura, Net, Archie, Edu, Archie, ENS, Net, or Archie, Rutgers, Edu. If asked for a login name, type Archie and hit Enter. When you connect, the key command is prig, which you use in this form. Prig file name followed by Enter, where file name is the program or file you're looking for. If you're unsure of a file's complete name, try typing in part of the name. For example, XIP will work as well as XIP204. Eggs. The system does not support DOS or Unix wildcards. If you ask Archie to look for XIP, it will tell you it can't find anything by that name. One thing to keep in mind is that a file is not necessarily the same as a program. It could also be a document. This means you can use Archie to search for, say, everything online related to the Beatles, as well as computer programs and graphics files. A number of net sites now have their own Archie programs that take your request for information and pass it on to the nearest Archie database. Ask your system administrator if she has it online. These client programs seem to provide information a lot more quickly than the actual Archie itself, if it is available, at your host system's command line. Type Archie as file name, where file name is the program or document you are looking for, and hit Enter. The S tells the program to ignore case in a file name and lets you search for partial matches. You might actually want to type it this way: Archie as filenamore, which will stop the output every screen, handy if there are many sites that carry the file you want. Or you could open a file on your computer with your text logging function. The third way, for people without access to either of the above, is email. Send a message to Archiequich, McGill, Cov. You can leave the subject line blank. Inside the message, type preg file name, where file name is the file you're looking for. You can ask Archie to look up several programs by putting their names on the same preg line, like this: preg file file 2 file 3 within a few hours. Archie will write back with a list of the appropriate sites. In all 3 cases, if there is a system that has your file, you'll get a response that looks something like this: host Sumex AIM, Stanford, edu location, info macom file rar, R 258,256 February 1517, 7 Sturm 9, X location, info macmisc file R 7490 Sep 12 1991 Sturm Sysivin color icons. Chances are you will get a number of similar-looking responses for each program. The host is the system that has the file. The location tells you which directory to look in when you connect to that system. Ignore the funny-looking collections of words and hyphens for now. After them come the size of the file or directory listing in bytes, the date it was uploaded, and the name of the file. 7. 3. Getting the files. Now you want to get that file. Assuming your host site does have, you connect in a similar fashion to Telnet by typing sumex aim, Stanford, edu, or the name of whichever site you want to reach. Hit enter. If the connection works, you'll see this. Connected to sumex aim, Stanford, edu, 220 sumex aim, server version 4. 196 Monjan 1313, 52, 23 bst 1992 ready, name sumex aim, Stanford, edu, Adang. If nothing happens after a minute or so, hit Ctrl+C to return to your host system's command line. But if it has worked, type anonymous and hit enter. You'll see a lot of references on the net to anonymous. This is how it gets its name. You don't really have to tell the library site what your name is. The reason is that these sites are set up so that anybody can gain access to certain public files, while letting people with accounts on the sites to log on and access their own personal files. Next, you'll be asked for your password. As a password, use your email address. This will then come up. 230 guest connection accepted. Restrictions apply. Remote system type is Unix, using binary mode to transfer files. Now typles, and hit enter. You'll see something awful like this. 200 port command successful. 150 opening ASCII mode data connection for binaries. Total 2,636 RR. 1031 4444 MAR 311. 34. Read. Posting. Drive XRXR X201500 and 12 NAV 811. 6 bin RR. R. 10011,030,960 per 214. 6 core Dr. R. R. 201,500 and 12 NAV 811. 6 etc. drawer user X5 1322 500 and 12 MAR 1912. 27 IMUP drawer XR X25 1016 31 512 per 42. 15 Info Mac drawer X 2031 1024 per 515. 38 PID drawer user X 13020 1000 and 24 MAR 2714. 3 pub drawer XR X2 1077 2500 and 12 February 6 1989 Myson 226 transfer complete. AC. Let's decipher this Rosetta Stone. First, this is the command for displaying a directory. You can actually use dir as well. But if you're used to MS-DOS, this could lead to confusion when you try to use dir on your host system, where it won't work. So it's probably better to just remember to always use ls for a directory while online. The very first letter on each line tells you whether the listing is for a directory or a file. If the first letter is a D or an L, it's a directory. Otherwise, it's a file. The rest of that weird set of letters and dashes consist of flags that tell the site who can look at, change or delete the file. You can safely ignore it. You can also ignore the rest of the line until you get to the second number, the one just before the date. This tells you how large the file is in bytes. If the line is for a directory, the number gives you a rough indication of how many items are in that directory. A directory listing of 512 bytes is relatively small. Next comes the date the file or directory was uploaded, followed finally by its name. Notice the read posting file up at the top of the directory. Most archive sites have a README document, which usually contains some basic information about the site, its resources, and how to use them. Let's get this file, both for the information in it and to see how to transfer files from there to here. At the prompt, type get read and hit enter. Note that sites are no different from Unix sites in general. They are case sensitive. You'll see something like this. 200 port command successful. 150 opening binary mode data connection for read 4,444 bytes. 226 transfer complete. 4,444 bytes received in 177 seconds 3. 8 bytes, and that's it. The file is now located in your home directory on your host system, from which you can now download it to your own computer. The simple get command is the key to transferring a file from an archive site to your host system. If you want to download more than one file at a time, say a series of documents, use git instead of get. For example, git. This will transfer copies of every file ending with in the given directory. Before each file is copied, you'll be asked if you're sure you want it. Despite this, it could still save you considerable time. You won't have to type in every single file name. If you want to save even more time and are sure you really want all of the given files, type prompt before you do the git command. This will turn off the prompt, and all the files will be zapped right into your home directory. There is one other command to keep in mind. If you want to get a copy of a computer program, type bin and hit enter. This tells the site and your host site that you are sending a binary file, i.e., a program. Most sites now use binary format as a default, but it's a good idea to do this in case you've connected to one of the few that dozed. To switch to a directory, type directory name substituting the name of the directory you want to access and hit enter. Typos, and hit enter to get the file listing for that particular directory. To move back up the directory tree, type. Note the space between the D and the first period and hit enter. Or you could type dup and hit enter. Keep doing this until you get to the directory of interest. Alternately, if you already know the directory path of the file you want from our friend Archie, after you connect, you could simply type get directory subdirectory file name on many sites. Files meant for public consumption are in the pub or public directory. Sometimes you'll see an info directory. Almost every site has a bin directory, which at first glance sounds like a bin in which interesting stuff might be dumped. But it actually stands for binary and is simply a place for the system administrator to store the programs that run the system. Lost found is another directory that looks interesting but actually never has anything of public interest in them. Before, you saw how to use Archie. From our example, you can see that some system administrators go a little berserk when naming files. Fortunately, there's a way for you to rename the file as it's being transferred. Using our Archie example, Yod type get sterm sysivin color icons, X sterm, X, and hit enter. Instead of having to deal constantly with a file called sterm sysivin color icons, X, you'll now have one called simply sterm X. Those last 3 letters bring up something else. Many program files are compressed to save on space and transmission time. In order to actually use them, you'll have to use an uncompressed program on them first. 7. 4 odd letters. Decoding file endings. There are a wide variety of compression methods in use. You can tell which method was used by the last one. Here are some of the more common ones and what you'll need to uncompress the files they create. Most of these decompression programs can be located through Archie or by itself. This means the file is a document rather than a program. Or it's a PostScript document in Adobe's page description language. You can print this file on any PostScript-capable printer, or use a previewer, like New Project's GhostScript. Doc, another common extension for documents. No decompression is needed, unless it is followed by Z. This indicates a Unix compression method. To uncompress, type uncompress file name Z and hit enter at your host system's command line. If the file is a compressed text file, you can read it online by instead typing scat file name. Next, Z. More U16. Zip is NBizDo's program that will let you download such a file and uncompress it on your own computer. The Macintosh equivalent program is called Macompress. Use Archie to find these. Zip or zip. These indicate the file has been compressed with a common MS-DOS compression program known as xzip. Use Archie to find xzip 204. Eggs. Many Unix systems will let you unzip a file with a program called, well, unzip. The Unix version of zip. To uncompress, type gunzip file name Z at your host system's command line. Zoo or Zoo, a Unix and MS-DOS compression format. Use a program called Zoo to uncompress. X or X Macintosh compression format. Requires the binhex program. Char or another Unix format. Use unsure to uncompress. Char. Tar, another Unix format, often used to compress several related files into one large file. Most Unix systems will have a program called tar for untarring such files. Often, a tarred file will also be compressed with the x method, so you first have to use uncompress and then tar. Sit or sit, a Macintosh format that requires the stuffit program. Arc, another MS-DOS format, which requires the use of the ARC or ARS programs. Was another MS-DOS format, requires the use of LHARC. A few last words of caution. Check the size of a file before you get it. The net moves data at phenomenal rates of speed, but that 500 byte file that gets transferred to your host system in a few seconds could take more than an hour or two to download to your computer if you're using a 2400 baud modem. Your host system may also have limits on the amount of bytes you can store online at any one time. Also, although it is really extremely unlikely you will ever get a file infected with a virus, if you plan to do much downloading over the net, you'd be wise to invest in a good antiviral program just in case. 5. The keyboard cabal. System administrators are like everybody else. They try to make things easier for themselves. And when you sit in front of a keyboard all day, that can mean trying everything possible to reduce the number of keys you actually have to hit each day. Unfortunately, that can make it difficult for the rest of us. You've already read about bin and lost found directories. Etc. is another seemingly interesting directory that turns out to be another place to store files used by the site itself. Again, nothing of any real interest. Then, once you get into the actual file libraries, you'll find that in many cases, files will have such non-descriptive names as von 1 ac. Next, the best known example is probably a set of several hundred files known as WORPs, which provide the basic technical and organizational information on which much of the Internet is built. These files can be found on many sites, but always in a form such as RFCON 101, RFCON 102, and so on, with no clue whatsoever as to what information they contain. Fortunately, almost all sites have a Rosetta Stone to help you decipher these names. Most will have a file named read or some variant that gives basic information about the system. Then, most directories will either have a similar read file or will have an index that does give brief descriptions of each file. These are usually the first file in a directory and often are in the form zeroindex. Next, use the command to get this file. You can then scan it online or download it to see which files you might be interested in. Another file you will frequently see is called zlr. This contains a listing of every file on the system, but without any descriptions. The name comes from the Unix command zlr, which gives you a listing of all the files in all your directories. The Z at the end means the file has been compressed, which means you will have to use a Unix uncompress command before you can read the file. And finally, we have those system administrators who almost seem to delight in making things difficult. The ones who take full advantage of Unix's ability to create absurdly long file names. On some sites, you will see file names as long as 80 characters or so, full of capital letters, underscores, and every other orthographic device that will make it almost impossible for you to type the file name correctly when you try to get it. Your secret weapon here is the git command. Just type git, a space, and the first 5 or 6 letters of the file name, followed by an asterisk. For example, get this F. The site will ask you if you want to get the file that begins with that name. If there are several files that start that way, you might have to answer N a few times, but it's still easier than trying to recreate a ludicrously long file name. 6. Some interesting sites. What follows is a list of some interesting sites, arranged by category, with hundreds of sites now on the net. However, this list barely scratches the surface of what is available. Liberal use of Archie will help you find specific files. The times listed for each site are in Eastern Time and represent the periods during which it is considered acceptable to connect. Amiga. Net has Amiga programs in the system's Amiga directory, available 24 hours. Warchiv, Wasl, Edu, look in the PubAminute directory, available 24 hours. Atari, Archive, Umic, Edu. Find almost all the Atari files you'll ever need in the Atari directory. 7p, M7 and M books. MIT, Edu. The Pubacentric, Arts, Books directories has reading lists for various authors, as well as lists of recommended bookstores in different cities. Unfortunately, this site uses incredibly long file names, so long they may scroll off the end of your screen if you are using a MS-DOS or certain other computers. Even if you want just one of the files, it probably makes more sense to use git than get. This way, you will be asked on each file whether you want to get it. Otherwise, you may wind up frustrated because the system will keep telling you the file you want doesn't exist, since you may miss the end of its name due to the scrolling problem. 6p, M60, M